Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is precisely 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. At this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Garibay for our recognitions of Lilly B. Clayton celebrating their 100th anniversary and Black History Month.
Sorry, we're having a little microphone problem here. Tonight, President Jackson, trustees, Dr. Scribner, tonight we would like to recognize the 100th anniversary of Lilly B. Clayton Elementary, and we're going to do so with the following proclamation. Whereas Lilly B. Clayton Elementary School is celebrating its 100th year as a school in the Fort Worth Independent School District, and whereas the school formerly known as Mistletoe Heights Elementary is now affectionately and widely known in Fort Worth ISD vernacular as Sweet Lilly B, and whereas the school has been a consistent beacon of educational excellence and achievement throughout the years, and whereas the campus, which began as a 4-room schoolhouse, has evolved into a school celebrated for its 1920s and 1930s architectural design and presence, and whereas at least 8 generations of Fort Worth children have been educated and enriched by their attendance at Lilly B. Clayton, and further whereas Lilly B. Clayton students, teachers, families, alumni, and school community have just begun a year of centennial celebration, let us proclaim, therefore, on this, the 8th day of February, that the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education is pleased to add their collective voice to those of the aforementioned students, teachers, staff, families, and alumni, and community members in observing the school's 100th anniversary, celebrating its extraordinary legacy, and recognizing the remarkable place Sweet Lilly B occupies not only in the Fort Worth Independent School District, but also in the city it serves. This is on behalf of the Fort Worth Board of Education.
Trustee Evans is going to present you all with your recognition.
And as Trustee Evans presents the proclamation, I'm going to go on to say that the Lilly B. Clayton Elementary community will continue to celebrate its centennial with events this Thursday when they unearth the 1992 time capsule at Lilly B. Clayton flagpole. All are welcome. On Friday, they will have a pep rally featuring Pascal High School Band. All are welcome. Saturday, they will have a family picnic on the school grounds with food trucks, family fun, and school tours. And on Saturday as well, they'll have a Fiesta Centenaria at Smokestack 1948 for former students, former and current parents and staff. So we're delighted to honor them tonight and appreciate so much you all being here.
In addition, tonight, the Fort Worth ISD is observing and celebrating Black History Month by honoring the work and contributions of African Americans that have impacted communities across our nation and beyond. Many schools throughout the district have been sharing photos on social media highlighting the work of African American leaders, including Texas legend and I. M. Terrell High School graduate Mrs. Opal Lee. Displays celebrating Black History Month are in full swing at many of our libraries and campus hallways, such as the ones you see on the screen right now. Fort Worth ISD community partners are joining in the celebration as well. The Children's Education Program of Performing Arts Fort Worth at Bass Performance Hall is now offering Fort Worth ISD students and teachers original streaming productions honoring Black History Month. Available through March 11th, the streaming productions present inspiring stories of Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall featuring Arlington Heights High School graduate Major Attaway, and the life and legacy of Bessie Coleman, the first woman to hold an international pilot's license. Also available for streaming is the documentary Legends and Legacies, spotlighting some of Fort Worth's unsung heroes and significant African American leaders. The Fort Worth ISD thanks the Children's Education Program of Performing Arts, Fort Worth at Bass Performance Hall for making these learning opportunities a possibility. This concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garibay, and thank you, Ms. Griffith, for reading the Lilly B. We'll move on at this time and take a quick picture with the Lilly B staff, if we could, for the board. Thank you all for allowing us to commemorate that moment. It's not often that you get a 100th anniversary and so many people here from an elementary. Thanks again. And let's give one more round of applause to Lilly B. Clayton. At this time, we will hear public comment. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes this evening unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible. and we each understand that together we're stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. We have 5 speakers this evening. Our first is Angie Blake. Ms. Blake?
Good evening. I'm back. The parents are back. We're still here. We're waiting to be heard and acknowledged. I find it interesting that you start each meeting off with the words, "It's essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input." Let me stop right there. Do you understand that? Why do you say that at each meeting? Because you're required to? Because you certainly don't show that in the actions from this board. Almost this entire year, I have been to every single board meeting. And unlike all of you, I've listened carefully. Parents are begging, screaming, demanding every single board meeting to get rid of Dr. Scribner. What do? You hire him for another term, only to have him turn around and resign at the top of his new contract. When you made that decision, were you maximizing public input? We have trustees who have been elected to represent our wishes. What has happened to that? Why are you not speaking for us? For what we are asking? Give him the money he's stolen from the taxpayers and send him on his way. We don't want him here anymore.
Holly Clemens will be followed by Amy Super.
Hi, Holly Clemens, mother of 3 in Fort Worth ISD, back again to talk to you about all of the ways that you're hurting my children. You are all allowed to have your own political beliefs, but you're not supposed to be putting that upon my children. You shouldn't be voting that way just based on your political beliefs. This isn't fair. Why don't you listen to us? Why don't you stop this? These are my children. You feel that they are yours, that you can survey them, that you can do what you want, and that they're no longer mine. They are mine. I get to raise them. I get to put my beliefs in them. This is not okay. We are here every single board meeting. I am racing from picking kids up, dropping them off at home, coming here to be with you, to beg for my kids. Knock this off. All of this equity crap, the Racial Equity Committee, this is ridiculous. We don't want it. Our kids do not want it. We are asking you. And CJ, I'm glad to see you here at this board meeting since you hid from us at the last one. We are your constituents. You don't like how you voted and so you want to hide from us? I don't think that you're going to be getting many votes if you decide to run next time. And I am 100% right now saying I will block walk your area for whoever runs against you. You have betrayed the people that put you in office, and you should be ashamed, and you are. That's why you didn't come last time. You guys have a great night.
Amy Super will be followed by Mike C.
Good evening. I noticed on the agenda, as always, that we're supposed to stay on something that's on the agenda. So I refer to Agenda 3, public comments, where the words S and T are. S standing for synergy, T for teamwork. We're going to review the definition of that word because I think it's necessary. Teamwork, the combined action of a group of people, especially when effective and efficient. Synergy, the interaction or cooperation of 2 or more organizations, substances, or other agents to produce a combined effect greater than the sum of their separate efforts. I read these because synergy and teamwork, those definitions, they're not going together. I sent an email to Trustee Phillips 8 days ago. He has yet to respond to it. I'll read it to you. Good morning. My name is Amy Super. I'm a community stakeholder and parent to 2 Fort Worth ISD graduates, the grandmother of the next generation of Fort Worth ISD students. I was at the last REC meeting during which you invited those of us who may have different opinions on the work the REC has been involved in since its inception. Your invitation was vague and with no parameters set in terms of the format for such an open discussion, but knowing that we had at least a month to prepare, I and others felt we had time to dialogue with you via email and with each other to address our concerns about the format. Then the meeting was postponed. Now I see it's been rescheduled with very little time for any community members who might have wished to participate to prepare to speak. I, for one, am not pleased with being given such little notice and without any dialogue having taken place as to the format for how this, quote, listening to multiple perspectives from the community will take place. I believe you sincerely would like to hear from those of us who have been attending the REC meetings. I cannot speak for others who may have not share my views or who do share my views, but I've attended every REC meeting this school year. I have also gone back and watched all of your Zoom REC meetings that are still accessible on the district website. I've reviewed all of the available REC meeting minutes, still available on the website. Can you look into getting this? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't need to do that part. Somebody fix it for me. Last night, I saw the postponed meeting for January and suddenly popped up on the district website, not in the same area it usually was, didn't have the address, just gave a building like we were supposed to know where that was. Eventually, that was corrected. I also noticed the REC is no longer listed when one clicks on the drop-down menu for board committees. Is this simply an oversight? I look forward to your timely response as to the meeting. It's just in a few days. It's tomorrow night. I still haven't heard back from you.
Ms. Super? Could you please clarify on the board committees? I just want to make sure that we understand so we
When
can.
you go to the website and, let's see, and you click on board, move to the far left, and then there's a drop-down member, or there's board committees. You click on that drop-down, and REC is no longer listed under committees.
Okay,
It
thank
may
you.
have changed in the last day or two, but when I typed this, it wasn't there.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much. Mike C.
CJ, it looks like after being bullied by socialist demonizing rhetoric, you went against your community's values on redistricting. I wish you would have stood tall and not cowered as how I see it. You see, the socialists will use any tactic they can to attain power. History has shown us that. Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, and now Z all have had someone to demonize, such as farmers in Russia, educated people in Cambodia, and the ethnic Uyghurs in China. Here at Fort Worth, ISD parents and the taxpayer seek a proper education system in place and not a failing one. A failing ISD with tons of money being spread around for socialist demonizing of our country, a race of people, and yes, parents that seek a proper education system for our future. Now, let's talk about a staff member you have that makes $74,000 a year, and his job is to teach socialist demonizing rhetoric to our teachers. The same individual stood with a Marxist group known as United Fort Worth and attempted to verbally intimidate in a threatening manner a citizen who was documenting a speech given by a member of United Fort Worth. Is this the representation of Fort Worth ISD? Sadly, it is. The salary provided to this individual in itself is a waste of taxpayers' money. Here's an example of the socialist demonizing rhetoric.
Please don't play. Mr. C, please don't play a recording. Mr. C,
No recording, sir, please.
no recordings. One and done.
This is on your website.
Mr. Daniel, Todd Daniel.
that have been in our system
Mr. Daniel?
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I was told that something else might be on the agenda tonight, and I was all prepared for that. So I'm just going to wing it here and going to do something a little bit different. So often we come here with complaints and disappointment and anger, and while we still hold those feelings and positions, I want to say that I had a grievance yesterday with someone in the administration, and they were very, very professional, very thorough in taking information.
Madam Board President, sir, if you talk about your grievance to the board,
I'm not talking specifically about the grievance.
okay, I just want to warn you
I'm
that,
complimenting one of the administrative
I just don't want
staff.
you to disqualify them from hearing it if it does get to level 3.
I'm not going to talk about the
All right.
specifics of it.
Okay.
Thank you both.
Sherry Washington was in charge of that one, and she did a great job. I reserve the right to disagree with her later because she hasn't ruled on it yet or had her findings. But you know, when we're commonly in adversarial positions, she handled it very well, and I want to applaud her and thank her. Similarly, a few weeks ago, I was thankful that Trustee Dar asked some questions that were probing and help illuminate what goes on and questions that the public needs to know as well. And I would encourage all of you to scrutinize the administration and ask questions where the public can understand what it is going on, what you're voting on specifically, and what is at stake. And so that's that. I don't have much more. I've got a full minute. I'll give it to you guys and let you get on with your business and get home early tonight. Thank you.
Thanks to each of you for being here and for sharing your thoughts this evening. We move forward to Lone Star Governance, which is number 4 on our agenda, discussion on the process to review student outcome goals and superintendent constraints. Will we be, so we'll be moving to the back. Thank you.
It will be videoed up here, so it's open session because of the virtual coach. So if anyone wants to stay, they'll be able to do it up here.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, we are still in open session. We are not moving into executive session.
Be clear about when we move it, yeah. And I'll triple check.
Should we leave that door open, or is that going to cause a feedback loop?
Feedback.
Okay,
Yeah.
And also,
they have to be Yeah, this one too.
yeah.
Good call.
Good question.
Mr. Ramos?
How you doing, Dr.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to go?
Yep.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Monica.
Hello.
How are you all doing?
Fantastic.
Great. It's great to see you today. And I'm very excited to hear how the session went, the one that you attended. So what I'm going to ask you to do is turn to your shoulder partner. What do you remember and share? And I'm just going to give you like 45 seconds. This is a quick turn and talk. What do you remember? What's the thing that you remember the most about the LSG session that you attended a few weeks ago? I'll set up the timer so we can keep us on track. Let me share my screen. All right, so 45 seconds. What do you remember the most about the LSG session that you attended a couple of weeks ago? Go ahead and get started.
I remember something. You weren't there, but you know the rules.
I'm not sure how that. So.
Not with us, with everybody else.
So what I really remembered and really quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna
talk about how we can get in, because I know we've talked about it 1,000 times. But I think because of the bond process, we just went through it. Does that make sense?
It does.
No, it's okay. And I think because the bond was somewhat different than we've done previously. It was what Quentin had said.
Okay.
That's what
I think that's what always resonates, is like you've been doing, even our agenda, how it has the other.
I remember,
the
I do remember
synergy teamwork.
feeling.
So we're coding, right?
Oh,
But I think
yes.
I think the final piece is
The being together.
I think it is too.
I know, I agree. I agree.
All right, that is time.
Yeah, good for you.
Go ahead and finish your thought, and let me get you back.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
All right, so who would like to go first? What is the thing that you remember the most about the training that you attended? Go ahead.
That to streamline the meetings, we were going to move on all non-legally required public comment to the end.
Nice. Thank you for going first, and thank you for sharing. Who'll go next?
I'll go next. I appreciated the opportunity to refocus. And there have been lots of things in the last couple of years as distractors, namely a pandemic, that have taken our focus away from student outcomes, and we need to be focused again on student outcomes. That is why I ran for this seat. That is why I put the hours and time into this job, is to focus on students.
Thank you. So refocus on students and readjusting that agenda to ensure that what matters the most is put at the top of the agenda. Thank you. Who'll go next?
Cinco and I can vision and values, and this is something that we've talked about for a long time, but I was just explaining to him how it finally clicked, and what an opportunity we have with this bond to get out to the community and really work on vision and values. I mean, the lab is here. So that was the big one for me, and it's exciting.
Yes, thank you. We'll continue our conversation around vision and values in a bit. Next.
Thanks being over here. I'm just going tonight, vision and values. And you got the community input.
Yeah, that we need to get community input as we shape this.
Awesome. Yes. We'll be discussing community vision and values and how we get to engage the community in that process, right? Thank you. Next.
I think part of it is just there are more questions, but it lets us then develop what we're doing because you keep questioning and you keep how much further you need to go to make this work correctly.
Yes, thank you.
For me, it was also clarity in my role as a board member. But again, also like Dr. Ryan said, it brings up a lot of questions on how you can become more effective. But of course, the number one thing that sticks out is student outcomes, student outcomes, student outcomes.
Yes, student outcomes. Awesome. So yeah, this process, it is intended to actually, as you engage, to have more questions. And that's really what we want. We want you to have questions. We want to be able to provide that clarity between your role as a trustee and the role of your superintendent. And we actually do that through the development of student outcome goals and constraints. So we talked about vision and values, and you represent your community's vision and values. The vision will be represented through the development of your student outcome goals. Values will be represented through the constraints, through your superintendent constraints that you'll be developing as well, that we'll talk about, okay? So let me share my screen. And I want to take a moment to share with you the student outcome goals that were previously developed and adopted by the board. So we know that we need to have 3 goals as part of your adopted goals. One that is focused on early literacy, and you created one specific to 3rd grade. May I have a volunteer that will read that goal for us, please? Cinto, thank you for volunteering.
Increase the percentage?
Yes.
Increase the percentage of 3rd grade students who score at meets grade level or above on STAR reading from 34% to 47% by August 2024.
Thank you. Part of this process is also to identify targets for your student groups. So you did a great job at identifying that baseline, where those groups are at, and then what is going to be the target for 2023, 2024. So first goal has to do with early literacy, 3rd grade, and it is based on our STAR reading. Okay, so baseline 34, target 47. Let's move on to the next goal. May I have another volunteer for this one, please?
Increase the percentage of 3rd grade students who score at meets grade level or above on STAR mathematics from 34 to 45% by August 2024.
Perfect. So goal number 2 has to do with math, early math, 3rd grade, STAR mathematics from 34 baseline to 45, our target by the deadline of August 2024. And just like with our previous goal, you also needed to adopt a targets for each one of those student groups that come up for your district. Okay, so far we have reading, we have math. Goal number 3, let's review that. May I have another volunteer?
Increase the percentage of students graduating with CCMR indicator from 43 to 48% by August 2024.
Perfect. So another SMART goal, right? This one is going to be focused on college, career, and military readiness. Baseline 43. What is the target?
48.
48. And the deadline?
2024.
2024. Perfect. Now, when these goals were developed, These goals were developed, remind me, were we like in the midst, the beginning of these little thing of the pandemic? Or was it before, right before it?
Right before.
It was literally the February of 2020, right before the pandemic hit.
Right before we had to close down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the recommendations is for us to go back and review these goals. We were looking at those targets. And as you remember from the training, we need to make sure that those are attainable, right? We talked about the SMART components being specific, attainable, we had the time bound, the deadline. So part of this process is to ensure that these goals are attainable. These were adopted right before the pandemic hit. So these targets may or may not be attainable based on our current situation, okay? So we will talk about the process on how we can go back and we can review those goals. Someone mentioned that community engagement, getting community feedback, right, to develop these goals. So keep in mind those targets, keep in mind these 3 goals. Let's review also our superintendent constraints. So let me share the screen again. The superintendent constraints were also approved right before, right, the pandemic hit. So for the board, the superintendent constraints, the constraints that you develop for the superintendent. May I have another volunteer that will read the first one, please?
Make operational decisions that prevent access of all students to learning.
Perfect. So right before that, number 1, we have in attaining the board. So the intent is for you as a board to give your superintendent those 3 goals, right? And once you give your superintendent those 3 goals, then the message is, superintendent, you can do whatever you need to do with the exception of these superintendent constraints. Like whatever you do to attain those goals, you are not allowed to engage in these actions or behaviors. So in attaining the board student outcome goals, the superintendent shall not make an operational decision that prevents access of all students to learning. Okay, so you have a superintendent constraint related to access for all students. Number 2, second constraint, another volunteer.
Make decisions without prioritizing physical health, safety, and mental well-being of students and their families and staff.
Thank you. Number 3.
Reduce transparency and communication regarding the impact of strategic initiatives on student learning.
Thank you. Number 4.
Operate without actively monitoring and working to eliminate the loss of instructional time.
And number 5.
Operate without examining the enrollment process and data annually to ensure no inequitable impact on students of color.
Thank you. So as you're giving those goals to the superintendent, these are the 5 things that the community, your community values the most. As students attain those goals, we definitely do not want the superintendent engaging in any of the behaviors that we have on those 5 superintendent constraints. So let's talk about the process, okay? These were developed before the pandemic. During the LSU workshop, we talked about the importance of that community feedback, engaging the community in 2-way communications, seeing if those targets still apply and if those constraints still apply, okay? So as we talk about the process on how we can go back, this is the perfect time, by the way, to go back and engage in that 2-way communication with your community. Sometimes some boards have discovered that, especially for those values, some of the values have shifted a little bit since after the pandemic. Some of those visions have shifted a little bit as well. So what I would like to recommend as far as the process to engage the community is first to identify who is your community. You need to be clear about who is part of your community and who you're going to be engaging throughout this process. in the past, some boards have discovered, they engage the majority of the community, but then once they adopted those goals, they discovered that there was a group or two that was unintentionally left out. So as we're thinking about going out to the community, engaging the community, and having this two-way dialogue around vision and values, around the goals and the superintendent constraints, the first task is going to be to identify who is part of our community. The second part will be who is going to contact each community. Okay, so out of all of the 9 trustees, who is going to be contacting who? Who's going to be that point of contact? And then how you will be contacting each community. I highly encourage boards to go out to the community and take advantage of meetings that some other community members may already have in place. So I always push for you to go out, meet with them, don't wait. I mean, you can call meetings and you can ask the community to join you in your boardroom. However, the most effective thing to do is to go out to the community and partner up with other community organizations, okay, or events. That's number 3. You don't have to write those down. I'll give you access to those, okay? Third question is, how will you get feedback the board can use? How are you going to be collecting the feedback that you receive from the community? How is that going to be disseminated so you can share with the board as you continue to revise those goals and constraints? So let me stop right here. What questions do you have?
I have a big one. I understand who is the community and who will contact each community. But where I'm really struggling is, what will the barriers be? Because I know that you've seen them, and if this is that time, if you could just help us with that a little bit.
Could you expand on the barriers? What would those barriers be?
What will the challenges be? Because we have parents that send their students to school, but they don't come to the school. We have parents that are overly involved, and we can get their opinion at any time, but to get the majority of the opinions, I'd like to get as many people as we can out and as diverse of a
approaching from our community. We have, like, in the Latino community, we have chorizo and menudo. That would be a great venue. So really just thinking of, like,
Now I want to know more about it. Yeah, I was just kidding.
well, I just think that AJ had proposed a couple of years ago the idea of not what you just described, for us not to create a space where we may end up with an empty auditorium, but to be creative as to how we engage them. And there's so many, Roxanne, you have a lot of parents and students in the work that you do, like to set aside some time to engage them with the data, right? And I also think that for our consideration that it's boiled down to the basic, most simplest way to process and understand that this is the data, this is where we're at, this is where we've been, and this is what this board is determined to do. Yeah, so I think we got a lot of opportunities. Community frontline with where they're at. I mean, that's some of them I just think are no-brainers. But I also think that the notion of that we do it together and that it's not just like in my single member district. I think that notion is important for us to keep in mind that we join each other in different parts of our community. And it's not just one of us by ourselves, it's a group of us.
Definitely.
I'm sorry, as a non-board member, one of the things I remember AJ saying is when we hold these community meetings individually, that's a campaign event. But when we hold them with another board member, perhaps even in another part of town, that's a more kind of pure circumstance or environment in order to gain true feedback.
Definitely. And as you engage in this process, you are not going to be going by yourself. We're not going to turn this into a campaign. You will be always delivering this message with a partner. I'll talk a little bit more about the feedback and how that's going to happen, but we are going to be developing a script. You all are going to be developing a script that you are going to be using when you go out to the community and you engage in these conversations. Like every stakeholder should be hearing the same message from all of you. No worries, we'll practice before you go out there. But yes, you will always be with a partner. So it's not gonna be just you. And what Cynthia just mentioned of going to areas that you do not represent, that's gonna have even a higher value because at the end of the day, you all are representing the entire district. All of the student outcomes belong to you. It's not only specific districts. So yes, we will be working in pairs and we'll develop a script. We will practice. Other questions about this piece? So what I'm gonna do is, I think it's important for you all to do individual brainstorming first. I will be sending you a spreadsheet with this information of who is your community members. So in addition to naming, who's the lead of that organization or who is your point of contact, then I will also ask you for phone numbers and emails. Because once I have that from every individual trustee, I will compile all of those results, and then we will talk about who's gonna go where and who's going to be organizing which events. So it will be easier if from the get-go, we can get all of that information. I'll make sure that I add those, or I'll be adding those columns so you can complete that. But first we'll do individual work and then we'll compile it, take a look, see if we're missing any stakeholders or community leads, and then we'll continue from there. All right, any other questions about our community and who our community is? Okay, so now let's talk about feedback. How are we going to be getting that feedback? What are we going to be talking about? So,
Monica?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just thought of a question. What kind of timeline are we looking at here with this soliciting community feedback? Because it seems I'm a planner and I work best with deadlines. And I'm more likely to get it done when I have a deadline, and I don't want this to be a 2-year deadline. What kind of a timeline are we looking at to get out into the community and to get this feedback from our community? Because I feel like we can talk about it for a long time. I want to make sure we're acting on it.
Yes, so I do not get to establish the timeline. That will be you as a board. You will be deciding those deadlines, when do you want to go out there, by when do you want to complete it. So that's your board decision.
I want to add another thing. I know that part of the framework would encourage us to visit with students, student leadership groups, would encourage us to visit with our educators, our teachers in our system. So yeah, I mean, I think we've got, I think we just say some dates now, because we did do an attempt during the pandemic and we didn't have a script and none of it really got focused on student outcomes. Everything was about the pandemic. So just for us to keep that into consideration, right, that the script, I think really would be helpful.
Yes, and in order for me to be able to, so this is gonna be your script, right? You're gonna be giving me the information. Pretty much, I'm just gonna be putting that information together for you all. So part of that script, there's gonna be some questions that I want feedback from you as we think about developing that script. So this is gonna be the first question that, once again, I'm gonna ask you to answer individually first. The first question is, in order to help set you up for success, what needs to be included in the script as you gather feedback to discern the vision and the values of your community? Okay, so what information should we be including as part of that script? The second thing to think about is what needs to be part of the conversation. And are there other options or opportunities you would like to provide to hear the community's voice? Okay, so those three questions, those will be things for you to think about individually first. Once we have that information, I'll compile it, I'll share it with everybody, and then we will start to develop our script. And then the timeline, that's gonna depend on you. How soon, will you be able to turn this around and give me the information so we can start working on that script? And then working also on beginning the process to reach out to community members and beginning to set those meetings to get that feedback. Questions about the things for you to think about as we're developing the script? All right, so what I would do is, if you all agree with this process to get the community feedback, I will email you the spreadsheet where you can start to complete your contact log of who you would like to reach out. Like Cinto said, this also includes your teachers, your parents, your students, okay? So I'll send that out to you. And then I will send a Word document with those three questions as you're thinking about the feedback, what needs to be part of that script. Again, the timeline, how fast or how slow do we get to move on this? That's gonna be on you all. That's gonna be on your, that'll be a decision for you to make. I'm not gonna be the one telling you, okay, we need to complete this by these times. I will follow your deadline and we'll get things moving along. What's important to consider is this is going to include the feedback from all of you, all trustees. So we need to make sure that we're keeping each other accountable to complete and turn our work in on time. I feel like a teacher. Please turn in your assignments on time. All right, so questions about this feedback or process. What do you all think? Is this doable, not doable? Is there anything we need to change?
Long overdue.
All right, so that's our conversation around okay. The process. Okay, so now that was for A. If there are no other questions, Madam President.
On the processes,
CJ?
yeah, I'm sorry. Well, it's not really about the process. But before we move on to board constraints. wanted to, I know this is a process and we're starting with, the community feedback and all that. But are we kind of taking notes on like kind of like our rolling work product on this? On the constraints? Because if so, I'd like to kind of go ahead and plug some, what I think may be important constraints to consider. Not to hash them out here, not to work on the wording and all that, but just if we're keeping like a rolling work product, is this the time to go ahead and?
On the constraints for your superintendent?
Yes.
Okay, so this will not be, right now will not be the time. But this is the process where we want to include those conversations. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in the meantime, though, because it's not an overnight process. I've been asking for reports from staff that fall into some of these constraint categories that I'm gonna advocate for. So in the meantime, this process, can I get these verbal reports to the board, or are they still gonna just be emailed to us? When is a good time to talk about that?
So, Monica, if I may, I think part of it would be to reference the board monitoring calendar, no?
Yes. So you currently have already board adopted goals, goal progress measures, and constraint progress measures. And you already have a monitoring calendar. So we're not stopping that process right now. What we're doing is we're going to build on what you already have. We're going to revise your goals and your goals and your constraints. So in the monitoring calendar, you already have until 2024, which goal progress measures and which constraint progress measures should be monitored every month. Okay, so what I can do is I can meet with your board president, review that process, and make sure that that's established.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but that's not really what I'm asking for. So I've been asking for, help me out here, Karen.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm saying it.
So Monica, Trustee Evans is asking for more like updates on different divisions that may not fall under each goal, like operations.
Okay, well, I'll give an example.
Sure.
I would love to see a constraint about fiscal soundness. I would like, well, we just got a report, we got a taper report and all that. So, the board's gotten to ask questions to that department head. But I would also like to see a constraint about over HR. I mean, we're the third, fourth largest employer in the county. We need to be known as a good employer. Right now, we're not necessarily known as a good employer. So I've asked for an update from our HR department. At one point, it was on the calendar and now it's not. So how do I get our ops director, or our HR director to give us a report in a consistent fashion where we know what's happening in the district?
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying your question. So your superintendent constraints can be about whatever you want those to be. I have a board who have done them about, the superintendent shall not allow the district to be fiscally unsound. The superintendent, there was another one that was tied to different pieces, right? It was not necessarily focused on student outcomes. It had to do with the hiring of teachers, the retaining of teachers. So those superintendent constraints can be on any action that you want, but the board needs to adopt those. And we need to get feedback from the community. So, what is going to be that value that the community really wants to make sure that is implemented. So you're going to have 1 to 5. 5 is the max that you can have. And the purpose of that is really to focus the work that we do, right? As a board, you are going to own the vision and as a board, you own the vision and the values of your community. That is why you were elected, right? You were elected to represent the vision and the values of your community. So it is important that when these constraints are adopted, they represent the values of your community. This is also a way for you to establish what is going to be board work and what is going to be superintendent work. So all board work is going to be your student outcome goals, goal progress measures, and then you develop your constraints and the superintendent develop those constraint progress measures, right? So if there's anything that you want to see, that you would like to see based on the feedback that you have been receiving from your community, this process that we're going to be going through is a perfect time to do that.
In the meantime, I don't want to wait 5, 6, 9 months for a report from HR. We had a calendar set up at the beginning of the year for these departmental reports, and now we're getting those emailed. So I want this, let it be known, I'm now requesting that those be put back as a verbal report to the board. And I know it doesn't fall, it's not in the technical goal or the calendaring monitoring system, since they're not official constraints or, but in the meantime, how do I get that back on the agenda? I want a report from HR. I want a report from our ops head. So I'm really not asking you, Monica. I guess I'm asking President Jackson, Superintendent Scribner, Karen Molinar, how do we get that back on the agenda?
We have the monitoring calendar. Staff requested that they email the reports. I want to know about ADA. That's our revenue stream. I'd like to know what the ADA is. And I think once we have a report, this is just my personal opinion, then there are certain things that we can monitor every meeting. They're just numbers that come up, right?
And I don't think that staff. I mean, this is where we got into the minutes. How many minutes what percentage of our meeting are we addressing student outcome goals?
Yeah, and if it's not a constraint, it will go against our minutes.
Right.
And I don't want to rush the process.
So we were doing them, and then we had other requests for other reports put on the agenda to give us more information on certain action items. So at that time, you had staff working on 2 or 3 presentations, which we're happy to do, but that takes staff a good week, 2 weeks to put together.
Well, that's why we did the calendar for the whole academic year, so everybody could plan.
Yeah, and as long as we stick to that calendar.
So why'd we stop?
And not add.
Because we had,
Hold on.
Yeah.
As long as we stick to that calendar, because we would say, we'll do human resources in September.
Yeah.
But then in August, add a couple other reports. We remember that. And so staff, we can prepare for the show. We can put on 2 great shows a month.
Yeah.
And not do our jobs for kids. Right. And that's not what we want to do.
So that's
not where we want to be.
so that's where I want to chime in, because when I was president towards the end, I was getting a lot of requests. And I was monitoring the minutes, knowing that we were not going to do that. I think what we want to do is have a conversation as a board as to, well, one, monitor the threshold of the minutes. And Monica, I know you'll probably talk to us about it, but in most cases, like the board secretary starts tracking the minutes, then that way internally we create a system of accountability of the board secretary saying, hey, because remember I said in December, we had no presentation on student outcomes. So we had 0 minutes. Those are the dangerous behaviors that we as a board engage in that can, I'm fired up about that too, right? But I'm also mindful of the impact it has throughout the entire system. And I think it'd also be useful if we could get an update on a staff use tracker, not only on the hours, but also the financial cost of how much it takes for you all as a team to, it'd be good to have the number of hours and the dollar amount like we had it initially when we first started this process. But I think that's just an ongoing dialogue for us as a board.
And if it's a
Okay,
constraint, it helps our minutes.
If it's
But
yeah,
until then,
exactly, I agree.
No, you're right. I mean, as long as within the boundaries of a constraint, and if we're sticking to that, then the surprise presentations don't make the cut because they're not a constraint.
So right, for February, we know we have our ESSER one we have to do, that's required by federal. Since we did not have any other requests, HCM is already preparing for February. So actually we discussed today, we have the title. It really just comes down to when we had extra requests and then we're getting into 3 or 4, presentations. But if we want to stick, like, that's all I need to know. So then our division chiefs will be more than happy and they just need to know, be ready no matter what.
So I gotta add one more little caveat that when we were having those board meetings and we were having LSG and all these extra requested items from the board, we were having long board meetings. And when I held that seat, I could hear the comments, right? So I'm just saying, like, we got to be mindful of that too. And Toby, I appreciate that. Right? Like last one, you're like, hey, it's 10 o'clock. Hey, it's 10 o'clock. Because that's the role that she has right now, is to try to appease the board, the request. But I think we just got to be real about what that balance looks like, because it can get out of hand pretty quick.
And we could, to your point, have an intense presentation and then decide what we want reported to this board every month, so that we do know what ADA is, so we do know what our ins and outs are in HCM, all those things that a corporate board would have. But this board has to have a good understanding of what those things mean, right?
Yeah.
And how they're tracked here. And that would save us time. But I'm with you guys. We need to develop a system.
Yeah. Well, I
And-
mean, it sounds like, and I don't want to put words in CJ's mouth, but what I'm agreeing with, along with CJ, is that if we, and with Dr. Scrivener, if we just have a calendar and these certain divisions are going to report on those particular months, like that shouldn't take away from them being able to serve students. So if athletics know that in April they're going to report on this is what's happening with the athletics of Fort Worth ISD, they don't have to do it again probably till next April, more than likely. But at least we know we're going to get to hear about what's the state of athletics in Fort Worth,
But
and they can still go serve students.
The other thing I remember, I forgot to say this, Monica, is AJ would say, good governance is like weight loss. We all know what to do, right? Diet and exercise, but we don't all do it. So good governance, we all know what to do.
Sure.
So we can say we'll do athletics in April, and that's cool.
Right.
As long as there aren't 2 other surprise
That's
last
what we
minute, we
gotta
gotta do this.
Right.
I just had a phone call from a
Yep.
parent. I'd like a presentation on that. Because
Absolutely.
that's when we slide away from. So I think what CJ is saying is absolutely right.
Yes.
Let's get the constraints done. And let's decide we're gonna, if it's a constraint, we wanna report on it. But let's keep it within the limit bounds.
Well, let us board members do what we say we're going to do. That's what I agree. Yeah. So we say we're going to have a calendar, and this is when the report comes, then stick to that. Right.
So
yeah,
then is now a good time to discuss that timeline that I mentioned earlier, because it's our timeline to create. Am I out of my lane, Monica?
We could spend the time right now creating the timeline, or I can send you all those questions first. And then, well, yeah, we could discuss it right now. If you all are ready to discuss a timeline now, that could be discussed.
Well, I guess one of the questions I have is, when is the next time we would be discussing it? Because if there's one thing I've learned, if we're not intentional about it, then it's hard to make it happen, because there's so many other things that end up happening that need our attention, that must be a focus. So, are we doing more Lone Star governance on the 22nd when we meet in February? I don't know that that's necessarily on the agenda. Are we, because then, okay, so we wait until March. Oh, well, we've only got, then we got spring break in the middle of all that. Oh, well, then it's star testing season. And then, oh, well, my gosh, it's May. We haven't done anything yet.
Right.
And we can't keep doing that. We just can't do that.
True.
So
what I will do tomorrow is I'll send you the questions. I will send you what the feedback that I need from you all, but then I will also list the steps. Like, by this time, I need this information back from you. Then the next step will be to review the script. And then as we're reviewing the script, you can start reaching out to community members. So let me put that in writing with the steps that need to take place, and then you all decide the time. Would that work for you? That way there's no surprises. We know the steps that need to be taken, and you all decide how fast you're gonna move through this process.
My question is, does somebody need to quarterback that? And if so, like, I'd like to have that, just like to have that clarity. Like, and I mean, I love your passion for it. So if you're willing to quarterback that.
Since you brought it up.
Because I'm
So I
gonna
just have voluntold.
well, I'm gonna volunteer to quarterback something in a minute. So I mean, that's the reason. If not, I would definitely do it. But I'm just saying, like, the purpose of this, by the way, y'all, is that eventually Monica will work her way out of this. And we as a board we've strengthened our muscles so much on governance that we, this is why I'm pushing for that. If we do it, and the real talk is that we've leaned so much on staff to do the majority of the heavy lifting. And we're now at a point where we could take over doing this. I mean, this is really on us. We're exactly right. So.
And that's a great point, by the way. Like, this should not be, I mean, staff will be responsible for creating those monitoring reports, but LSG is really about you taking the lead on these things. So when we go out to the community and you engage the community in this process, it will really be just you, the two of you, engaging the community. I've seen superintendents in the back of the room, cheering the trustees on. But this process will really just be on you. And the intent is for you to take ownership of this process, not to delegate it to a staff member, delegate it to your superintendent. This is your task. So who
Okay,
has
so
been voluntold?
I'm willing to quarterback this.
Good job, Andor.
I can do organizational well, and I can do logistics well. I'm going to say out loud right now, and not everybody may agree with me. I would really like to have these community meetings done by Memorial Day.
Yeah.
So that we can hit it hard in June, and we can get these constraints created and approved and in place. And we can do this. We just got to do this.
I love it.
Okay.
So.
And I'm not dictating a timeline. If you have an objection, then please speak up. I'm really not trying to do that because you may not agree with me. But that's where my head, I'm just telling you where my head is right now.
Perfect, thank you.
We just got to do it.
Yeah. So Monica, I don't want this to take too long, but if I don't mention, I know we'll miss a window. We are up for a special election in May. And particularly on our Texas Framework Advocacy and Engagement portion of our LSG manual, I'd really like to see us get those points for genuinely doing it right. And on Meets Focus, it says the board has led or co-led at least one training on Lone Star governance for its community during the previous 6-month period. And then the other one on Masters Focus, it says newly selected board members have received an orientation on Lone Star governance by fellow board members or an LSG coach prior to being seated. We have an opportunity to be able to get to those points, I think. So I'm willing to quarterback that if the board is down for that portion, and would love to solicit any help, teamwork from any of you board members. But because it's in essence what I'm able to do with other folks, I'm willing to co-lead that here, so that when our newest colleague comes in, whomever that happens to be, they have a good runway and idea. Yeah.
You can leave the onboarding process that we talking about.
Well,
But that would be prior to the election, right?
It would be prior to the election. Yeah. Yeah.
So Lee, what part again? Sorry, I know you said a lot. The two
So the first one's an opportunity to lead or co-lead a governance training for a community.
Okay.
And then the other one is making sure that the newly selected board members have received an orientation on Lone Star governance by fellow board members or an LSG coach prior to being seated.
Yep.
So it can be a full-blown LSG for a community, and then we invite them, or it could be like a personal touch, like an overview for the people that are running.
Okay.
So do you all agree with Cinto telling himself?
I'm okay with it. And I welcome any help from any of my colleagues.
I like that. I mentioned in the training that I thought it would have been very valuable to have that training, even, and I know AJ mentioned about them trying to get out even before you run. So I'd be happy to help with that.
Well, I do think it's important though that you quarterback it, because I think you're the best person here to quarterback that, but that he's not doing this alone, that he's got some partners
in this process while that conversation is happening, and that it's not just the one-man show. It doesn't need to be a one-man show.
No, and it wouldn't be. It's not supposed to be either.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I'm gonna need help.
Well, I'm happy to volunteer and I think it'd be great learning for me as well.
So CJ, with regard to your concern on the calendar, where are you on that? And how do you feel about it?
Can I volunteer?
Please.
So, CJ, we have goal 1 and 2 for February. We're gonna do our ESSER update, and we're gonna do human capital management that puts us back on track with the department ones. And then we'll commit to March doing special ed and a technology. Actually, we already planned for technology, do his master long-range plan, present that to you guys, and we'll add special ed in, as well as our goal 3 and your board quarterly progress. And then April, we'll do, we have our formative and we do summer school rollout. So everything we have on here, and I'll email that to you, we'll commit to stick to those department ones.
Yeah.
And we'll keep rolling with that. And then we have budget May and June presentations.
And I don't have it in front of me, Karen, but with this, like, so athletics, facilities, like, will we be, I mean, are these already on the calendar? Like, so I don't have the calendar in front of me, or if not, can we?
So
you
those
know,
were earlier,
Okay.
where we had those kind of semi-ready, and then
Okay.
we had other ones asked to put on.
Right.
So those, why they were emailed.
Yeah. But I said they could fall later. I mean, it seems like the calendar is kind of already happening, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So that might be August, it may be September, but at least it's like, we know, hey, these things are coming, so we can.
We can just roll
Right.
it through.
Right.
In July, we just have goal 3. So what I can do is have ops do in July, and then we'll start back up. And by then we'll have our superintendent constraints. And if we need to make adjustments, but we'll just start rolling back through and make sure athletics and student support services.
Sure. And I'm just naming two, but I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
if we got it like that, then we know, okay, I know this time we're gonna hear this is right. Yeah. So they don't have to ask for a report. I know when it's coming type deal on that. Yeah.
Well, I think it might be helpful if the board clarifies what we want to know from that department. So to their point, dog and pony show 2 to 3 weeks to prepare. We don't need something so comprehensive. Or maybe we do. Maybe with HCM, we want to hear a whole bunch more.
But that's the importance of the calendar. They can give you a lot of information if they know that in June I'm presenting, when you got a lot of time to do your job and to be able to make a good presentation of this is what's going on in this particular, you know what I mean? So,
Right,
but I'm with you though, but about letting them know, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I get your point, but I also think sometimes there are things that we need to know, and then
Yes.
other times it pushes us over the line
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
managing.
Okay.
Let me interject right there. As we started this conversation, like someone mentioned the agenda, right? And how we really need to focus our agenda. The goal as we're moving through this process is to have, meetings no longer than 2 hours, right? So really thinking about our agenda. And the focus is to spend at least 50% of our time focused on student outcomes and also reviewing those constraints, right? So just because we're not discussing those topics during a board meeting, that does not mean that you will not have that information. And this is not something that we're going to resolve today, but just think about what information do you need during that 2-hour board meeting that is pressing and that you really want to have. As we go through the goals and the constraints and what's board work and superintendent work, this doesn't mean that you're going to be kept out of the loop, that you're not going to have that information. You will continue to receive that information. That just may come as an email from the superintendent. I've had a superintendent who was recording videos, explaining, providing that information through a video rather than in writing. So it's about also being thinking outside the box on how you're going to be receiving that information. As we're going to go through a board agenda review, your board president and I and the superintendent will engage in that process. And as we're going through the items that you currently have on the agenda, I'm going to ask, is this a student outcome goal? If it is, we keep it. If it's not,
Is it a constraint? If it is, we keep it. If it's not, what's the value for this when it comes to our student outcomes? So I understand that right now you feel the need to have all of that information. I just want you to think about, is this something that we need through delivered during our board meetings, or can this be provided to you all in a different manner? Because our goal is to really focus on those student outcome goals. So this was a perfect conversation, because as we're developing those or revising those superintendent constraints, also listening to your community, right? Like what's important for them and what do they want to hear during those board meetings too.
That's a huge consideration for us.
All right, so thank you, Cinto, for volunteering for that. That is a great point, and ensuring that people who are running to become a trustee, that they actually have the knowledge on what LSG is all about. I've seen boards who are really, engaging in the process, and then elections happen and they have to push the pause button to ensure that the new trustees were on board. So this is a perfect way to continue to ensure that this transition continues and the implementation of LSG continues with your board. All right, so any other questions or things for us to discuss before we move on to the next piece?
I think we're good.
All right. Would you like to take us to the next item?
There's our next item. So we're moving on to, so we have on here tonight, student outcome goals, superintendent constraints, and developing board self-constraints.
Yes, so we're moving to 4B, right? The continue developing the board self-constraints?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you all remember about board self-constraints? You talked about the superintendent constraints. What do we remember about the board self-constraints?
They should push for behavior change in the boardroom.
Yes, we should push for behavior change in the boardroom. What else?
I remember thinking that upper administration may be better equipped to put those bumpers on our lanes. I think that they see how we accidentally overstep our bounds. And so I actually spoke with Karen and Dr. Scribner asking for input on the board constraints.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, so as we're thinking about these board self-constraints.
Monica, I'm sorry, I was struggling for the word, but the other, to CJ's point, the kind of military saying that, a suggestion is indistinguishable from a command to a subordinate. So if the board member says to me, hey, maybe we ought to do a presentation on this, I hear,
Let's do it.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So like when we're in the meeting with the philanthropic community and they say, maybe you should think about this, that means I'm giving you $1 million, you better do this. That's how we hear it.
Right. Yes. So definitely these board self-constraints are really going to be addressing that behavior change that needs to happen within the board to be able to support the superintendent in attaining those student outcome goals. Okay. So as we're thinking about these board self-constraints, we're going to be focusing on specific behaviors. I want you to think about specific behaviors that are making it harder for your team to improve student outcomes. Now, these are going to be specific to the board, okay? And we started developing those a few months ago. We started to develop those. So what I really like about you being able to go through LSG, through the workshop just recently, is there was really a focus on those behaviors, right? Like we really narrow it down to the behaviors that may make it harder for your organization to achieve those student outcome goals. So as we're thinking about those behaviors, and remember, these are just your behaviors individually as a trustee that you may have been able to observe, or behaviors of the entire board, okay? I'm gonna give you about 2 minutes. I'll set this the timer for 2 minutes. So 2 minutes for you to write down between 3 to 5 behaviors of yours individually or the entire board that may make it harder for your organization to achieve those student outcome goals. So these are only specific to you. We'll see where we stand. We may have new ones that we discovered during the workshop. We may still have the same, and that's okay. So let's just figure out where we're at. I'll set the timer for 2 minutes. Your task is to identify between 3 to 5 behaviors of yours that is making it harder for your school system to achieve its student outcome goals. Go ahead and get started. The more specificity you provide, the better. Be as specific as possible. What is that specific behavior that is holding you back, holding you and your board back? All right, that was the 2 minutes. Do we need additional time, or was that enough? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready to move on. Thank you, CJ. Thank you. All right. Cinto, are we ready? Mr. Are we ready? Yes, okay, perfect. So we've gone through this process before. You know what's coming up next. I'm gonna ask you to partner up. So with your partner, share your 3 to 5, and then with your partner, agree on 3. Okay, so agree on 3 that you think should be the best board self-constraints for your board. I think, yes. Perfect. So turn to your partner. And I'm going to set our timer for 4 minutes. And if we need more time, then I'll provide you with more time. 4 minutes, share your 3 to 5, and then agree on 3. And make sure that you write those down, please.
Those are behaviors?
Right.
Okay. But so.
Write them down.
I think.
Share your 3, write down the 3 that you agree with.
There's always a stupid one question we answer.
My biggest challenge is
It's such an evaluative question. Like, I feel like
I know we're talking about scheduling two-way stuff to improve, but
you know what I'm saying? What are those behaviors you saying? That's like a
PTA meeting,
deep question.
I go to 10%.
So I'm willing to.
I wish I could.
Like it's like, okay,
That's- you know what I
you doing
mean?
this, I'm
So,
doing very good.
that's-
But in the moment, though, it's like, yeah, I'm doing this. You know,
Yes, yes.
I feel like I'm trying to do right.
Um,
What'd you
so
have
I
there?
put, yeah, I put down
I really words,
Yeah.
in a
I think
relationship.
that's a big one for me,
Yeah.
because I work full time, and every time I go do something, I have to take time off work.
But that's
Yeah.
for,
to go do it.
that's us as a body, right? Because was, I mean, is she talking about
Focusing on distractions.
behaviors you change as a body or is it behaviors I can change you as people? Well, this one encompasses shit. That is added to that. So kind of it's an only. So yours is your relationship because it's also the board relationship. Yeah, because she said me or the board. Okay, and so maybe if I thought about it more on the board too, but yeah. The other one I had
And
always
then
just
also
authority,
just,
micromanagement.
you know, I always feel like I need to work on
Yeah, and I don't know.
me personally, just listening skills. Now,
Yes.
I try
that
to,
being said,
don't mean I don't ever do it.
not doing
Right.
I'm not doing it.
I like this song. Yes, I would definitely agree with that. Right now, both of them.
I didn't have to do everything that I think I would want to do.
Right, just because you're saying.
I mean, I think I'm.
Well, and there's somebody else that wants something different. You know, and this is not the only place that
I'm okay with this.
do that.
Right.
In fact, it's the smallest. That's why it's designed to be specific to one thing that are on the
That's
board.
true.
That's on the agenda.
Yeah. I'd like to see it, all right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But
It'll go up, but it won't be a year too. Right.
Hey, but I want to make sure that, that
oh, I don't know.
Was it just?
lady super
Yeah.
repeated what she wanted, just to make sure that we get full clarity twice.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
I hope I didn't mean to.
Oh, no.
Deal, but I really felt like.
No, good.
Right, and I do
felt like we need to make sure we clarify.
I didn't mind, no, I didn't mind one little bit. No, no.
We'll make sure that we understood this. They need to know who are listening.
Yeah, they called my name, we was like, okay, I come over and talk, you ain't gotta, you ain't gotta email me, I'm here. That's why whatever, like, let's talk, you know what I mean, so.
Wait, you're here, and you stand by your car.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
gonna-
Actually, it was cold one time, you stood by your car, let me get mine, I appreciate it.
Absolutely, so, but no, but they, so they deserve to be heard, so I was like, no, I said it about this one little bit, so, and I got to speak with her briefly at least, but yeah,
That's good. Oh, that's great.
yeah. So,
So, and then in that same vein, listening, and then.
So, I just think that's like.
And I think that is, that creates.
Your 3
my knowledge.
that you agree on.
Well,
Right, but a lot of times that's what people need.
yeah. So,
All right, it sounds like we're ready to move on. Everybody has their 3?
Man, look at you, 15 seconds ahead, you got it going on.
I know you guys are doing a great job staying on task. All right, so this is what's next. We're going to now join another pair. So Miss Toby, if you can join the pair on your right, and then Cintos, will be joining CJ.
Oh, we're splitting.
No, we're coming.
No, we're
basically-
merging four.
We're joining, yeah, now we're gonna merge.
And then Toby's going over there to base four. And Dr. Scribner is just nomadic today. You're nomadic.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you might want to go to the table, but make it easy. So.
Okay, so for this next activity, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Your task is going to be to share the 3 that you and your partner agreed on. And then the other couple will share their 3. Out of those 6, you are going to choose 3. Okay, so as a quad, you pick 3 behaviors that you would like to implement for your board self-constraints. Questions about the task? Give me a thumbs up if we're good.
Condense both groups list down to 3.
To 3, yes. So right now, you and Cinto have 3.
Right.
And then CJ, they have 3. Out of those 6, agree on 3.
Ma'am.
All right? Okay, have fun.
CJ needs food. We have that we are, it's, where's our people?
CJ, I mean, CJ was a restaurant. CJ is going to get a drink. So like, y'all figure it out.
We're spending too much time focusing on distraction. That's keeping us from focusing on student time. And this is
What does that
not
mean?
just,
Yeah.
not just in board meetings, but just in life. That we would love to have more time to go to principal meetings or to go to community meetings or to go to, I mean, it's just, we're all juggling families and work. So time is a factor.
I want you to be able to eat those.
We got plenty. And then I said working on active listening skills, but that's me. That was mine, and that really wasn't necessarily what CJ's. But responding was one of mine. Responding, so responding to emails.
Well, I do. I'm so next slide.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't respond to emails that are belligerent.
Absolutely.
Or wish I know where and now someone I'm not responding. Principal boundaries. Yeah. Boundaries. And I put no, but I know what you're talking
And that's really all we need to be able to be good ambassadors.
It's also
Yeah, no.
if something is one came from getting
Exactly, yeah.
No, no. So,
Yeah. ADAs are in the spring, you know, what the resources like, you know, right, but there are certain things that, I mean, the other thing is what team. I mean, that's what
You're a rational person.
Yeah, so
What
you
did you
said.
have? What did you have?
So we had knowing when to speak, when to listen. That's like,
Okay, that kind of goes with mine.
it kind of does. and
I like the way you said it better though.
Yeah, and it's, but I always go with it. Sometimes I'll say, I shouldn't say it something, other times like, yeah, I'm talking way too much. I should actually listen for a little while. So kind of just that balance of, you know, when is that appropriate? Just gotta struggle. Not saying anybody needs to be quiet, not saying anybody needs to be talking more, but just that there is a time and a place and a way to do it.
Yeah.
But, We said strain on board and superintendent relationship. Not really in single kind of book, I wish you was playing a little more, but it's kind of that division that really shouldn't be division. Of course, there's some lines because we kind of in some ways just boss employees, you know, we got. But at the same time, if we are that team, that really is what really leads to best student outcomes. You know what I mean? Right. It's really people trying to do what that all together is a real team. Where that relationship is better. So I just mentioned the
Yeah, I could hear on the, when I was,
yeah.
Hopefully not all the way down the road.
Really hope.
Thank you.
Really?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, you're like.
Yeah, one of the other key schools up there, you can hear this.
Oh.
So board superintendent.
I think.
Yeah, if you want to elaborate.
I think there's just so many encompassing behaviors that cause a strain on that. And I just can't reach my own integrity.
Can't what?
I can't breach my integrity by not mentioning it for the order of civility. Like, I know it could rub people wrong, but it's my truth.
No,
So
I think that
there's
is
a-
important.
Yeah.
And
We didn't.
Let's give us another minute.
Let's go on one.
Can we have one more minute, Monica?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
One
you.
more minute.
And I said 5 more minutes.
You need 3 minutes.
What?
All right, 5 more minutes. There you go. I like that.
All right. Five, how about 4? I'll set it for 4 and then we'll come back.
Okay, so. we're taking our time.
Knowing when to speak, when to listen. That was congruent with all 4 of us.
That's kind of where I'm thinking.
The second one for us was strain on board.
Okay. What was the first one you used?
Strain is the word you put, but I don't know if we might can word it differently. But basically it's talking about.
Maybe let's word it positively and
Sure.
fostering positive.
Sure.
Team and team relationship improvement.
Yes.
Is that,
Well,
is
it's
that
not-
where you were headed?
What's not gonna be a constraint? I'll go with it.
Well, for the sake of the moment, you just put, you label it as a constraint, you have to pick out the
A
word.
constraint is usually from negative behaviors
Right.
that are.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. So we have to figure out how to
See,
kind
keep your
of.
question. You don't put not up there.
Right.
It's not don't touch your fingers, it's keep your hands to yourself. You know, you phrase it positively. So that's my mindset. Was there another one?
Yeah, the last one we had was micromanaging behaviors, and we talked about that several
And
times.
I've got a history of being guilty, so I'm always trying to check myself. Of, you know, like you said, I may give a suggestion, but it comes off as a request.
Yeah, that is that.
Yeah,
no matter
I
what,
know.
even when you really do, it is a suggestion, it's
I
like,
know,
you
and
said
I
it, so I
do,
gotta do
or
it.
just to ask a question. 'Cause I think we have to ask.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But that doesn't mean when I say, why aren't we giving $800? That doesn't mean that I just should do every kid $800, even though every kid would love that we get $800.
That's better inclusive.
But it's more from like
I don't work a lot better. with
well,
school.
one specific behavior, and we didn't list it earlier, but y'all talked about this, the
So that was
asking
one, yeah, that was your
questions,
first
right?
one was. the
Right, and it takes
individual,
time to
not
ask
giving
the questions, you know, instead of, how
One-on-one
about this? It's, what are we gonna do about it?
Basically.
You know, like, ask, get that formula that we
So that
learned,
was.
but, and so sometimes it is easier to not prepare those questions on that, right? So that's a behavior. It's a question.
I don't disagree at all, because hopefully Monica can do with us, is give us a coaching session on how we can do a mock, have a mock presentation, and be able to give each other feedback and get feedback from her. As that one is leading towards micromanagement, that one is leading towards, you know, to guiding questions, to push people in a certain direction.
We have to be able to ask this question.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it looks like we're just repeating
Yeah.
which is not okay.
So, but yeah, and they can be powerful, or they can be just pop out in their face. So yeah, it's the time it puts in they're required to make those.
Okay, we got 1 minute, we gotta get this down to 3. So.
Yeah.
I think we do have 3.
I know, so what are the 3 years? So we can,
Well, the
We
one
can
first
just
one
sit
that
down
we
and do that.
figured out was.
We did talk
shall
and do
not
it, so, yeah.
micromanage superintendent and staff.
Yeah.
We're still trying to tweak the one about the dashboard information.
Yes.
And then
Talk to
another
the
one
team
is
of 10.
about the professional.
Including, and I know we have to word it negatively, but including super. And then, what was our third one?
So we got to decide now.
Or the micromanaging. I think that's, yeah.
We'll work on phraseology. We just got the ideas about it.
Too many questions in that, here, but I don't know. Because I'll usually go through the agenda, and I'll go through the questions or ways to get more information, because there's always more information. And I think the board member that impressed the most, or like, I had no idea.
All right, that was time. How are we doing? Are we ready?
I think so. On this side,
Yes.
kind of, almost.
Sort of maybe.
Okay, so Cinto, will you please go first and share your three possible board self-constraints with us?
Yeah, so one of the behaviors we described was knowing when to talk and when to listen. A second one, we were struggling with the verbiage on this one.
Mhm.
So I don't know, Ann, you want to take a stab at it?
Well, it's just fostering a team of 10. And so I guess that's a positive, not a negative. Maybe, you take a stab at it.
Yeah, we don't know how to phrase it, but basically we want to make sure that we really are
So,
cohesive.
so what would be the negative, the opposite of the team of 10?
Nine versus one, divided and contentious. Yeah. Trust eroding. The strain in the boardroom is really the way I'd originally kind of thought about it.
What was that first word?
A strain.
Okay.
And then the third one we talked about is micromanaging behaviors.
Okay. Thank you, Cinto.
Welcome.
Toby, could you please share your three?
We got two.
We have two so far.
Okay.
Ours was very similar with theirs, was about micromanaging superintendent and staff. The board shall not micromanage. Another one was basically the opposite of like maintaining the professionalism. So the board shall not act in unprofessional manner with each other.
Indeed.
So when we're talking about that unprofessional behavior, what is it specifically?
Not yelling or being rude to one another.
Yeah. The same thing we ask in public comment, maybe.
Yeah, like respect.
I feel like we do that. So I'm looking at the constraints that when we did this activity in October. Negative communication, I think, would fall under that umbrella.
So we had engage. So we originally had engage in negative communication. And then there was a suggestion of shall not engage in verbal or written conversations that hinder or delay the attainment of adopted student outcome goals. This came from one of you all that did their homework.
So I like the addition of verbal or written. And that was one of the things, one of the comments I made on my document
when we were asked for feedback on that was, what kind of communication? Is it verbally and written form and emails and social media when campaigning? What are the parameters? So I like adding that in there.
Okay. And then, so you mentioned that you only had two, Toby? Is there a third one?
Which was the third one that you on my piece of paper. So how did we want to say it? We were working on intentional focus on student achievement, outcomes, equitable services throughout this district. So we don't know how to say that, Monica, but you do. We're
Okay.
We had something similar to that was because we were saying we were too focused on some of the distractions. So
Exactly.
so that would be the opposite kind of what you said it in a positive way.
Yeah, and we have to say it, man.
But I know, and as an educator, that just goes against my grain
Yeah, it's hard for us.
to say it in a negative way, but that we can do it. I can do it.
So what did you have on yours that relates to that one?
Do you have it as?
I just said to not focus on distractions, to focus on
So
allow distractions to or allow, I mean, because that's kind of a vague word too,
yeah, that's the whole thing.
but
What about, like, shall not, deviate from intentional focus on.
Maybe that's it. On student outcomes.
I know one of them in the governance manual says that the board shall not spend less than 50% of its time on student outcomes.
well, there you have it.
And then with the understanding of what that really student outcomes means.
Yeah.
Right, I mean,
Yeah.
clearly defined.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
Yeah.
like, right, the other 50%, like what CJ was saying, like if we've got other topics, we got to be able to talk about those things for sure, right?
Mhm.
That's what the other 50% would be allocated for. And in our governance manual will be even better if we can get to 75%, because as we said recently, I think, Ann, you said it, right? How refreshing, how awesome to have a great conversation about student outcomes, about
Oh, yeah.
that we enjoyed that process, right?
Yeah.
So that brings joy, and for me, it brings purpose for why I'm in the room. So, yeah.
Well, I like the way you said that because it focuses on student outcomes and it puts a constraint around our desire to focus on student outcomes, but there are always other things that we need to focus on as well.
Okay, so does everybody agree then with shall not spend less than 50% on student outcomes? Does that sound okay for everybody? Give me a thumbs up if it does. Can someone help me out, Cinto? I'm missing, let me see, I'm missing.
We're good.
We're good.
We're good? Okay. So I'm gonna move this one here. I added engage in verbal or written conversations, but we haven't voted on this one right here. Is that one that we would like to keep? Shall not engage in verbal or written conversations that hinder or delay the attainment of adopted student outcome goals. That one was more specific. In the past, so this one came up again. In the past, it was engage in negative communications, and I think the connection that was made was to number 3, the distractions. What do you all think?
I feel like the 50% will be a good constraint for us to refer back to for any of those other types of scenarios.
Okay,
That's my thoughts.
other thoughts? So we're talking about this one, which came from here. would this 50% focused on 50% include that?
Okay, can you read it out again?
Intentional focus on student outcomes. So shall not, so it was first positive, right? Like there should be an intentional focus on student outcomes. The negative of that was, focus on distractions or allow distractions to be part of the process. So then the connection to this one, to number 3, was this right here. And this one was provided. So this one we've talked about before. And what was provided was, the board shall not engage in verbal or written conversations that hinder or delay the attainment of adopted student outcome goals. Cinto is suggesting that this piece right here shall not spend less than 50% on student outcomes, may address it. One thing that I'm noticing, and this is just me as an outsider, so this 50%, we're just talking about spending that time during our board meetings. And to me, this is what that's addressing, right? Our behavior in the boardroom. This right here, for me, it speaks more about how we carry ourselves outside of the boardroom. Are we engaging in verbal or written communications that may hinder the attainment of those goals? So I see those separately, and I see those addressing 2 different things. What do you all think?
And I guess, and the ask is, do we want to keep that basically?
Yes, my question is, do we want to keep this one right here?
I think it's a bit subjective, because I think when you're trying to define what hinders or delays the attainment of the adopted student outcome goals, what I think may be a hindrance, CJ may think would be a help. And so I think it's hard to.
Right, I just don't want these to kind of pit us against each other in that. If they're so subjective, then we could fall prey to fighting about it and defending ourselves instead of just focusing on student outcomes.
Sure.
So,
amen.
Okay, so remove this one right here.
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing? Yes. Will someone
I
help me
would
out?
I would like you to cross it out so that it's
Okay.
still there and we can still read it, but it's not at the top of the list right now. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. All right. So micromanaging the superintendent. And then micromanaging behaviors here, right? So 1 and C appeared on both sides. What we had in the past was this one right here, because that micromanaging piece came up as well. So last time we engaged in this process, we agreed to board members shall not give or appear to give operational advice or instructions to district staff. Will that capture 1 and C?
I think so.
Yes?
Yes.
Are we all in agreement? These are all of yours. You all need to agree. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's good.
Yes? Okay. So this one stays. And we address this one. And we talked about that one. All right, so act in an unprofessional manner with each other. Are there do you see connections between 2 and A and B, or are those separate?
I feel like 2 and B go together better than A.
But I think
But
B,
Yeah.
I agree, 2 and B pair better, but I think B is more comprehensive than 2.
Yes.
2 fits inside of B or under the umbrella of fostering a good relationship, but B is more comprehensive.
B needs some wordsmithing though.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would be an example of B? Are there specific examples that you're thinking of? Behaviors that we may want to avoid in this trust eroding?
This was the, you might want to chime in on that. Which one's it? The one about the board superintendent relationship, what kind of behaviors are we talking about?
Will not behave in a manner that erodes trust or puts a strain on the relationship of the team of 10, including the superintendent. That was way too wordy,
No, that's actually pretty good.
but
When we say team of 10, it is superintendent, so it's redundant to put and superintendent,
well, that's true.
you know.
That's as far as I got. Do you remember your statement?
Behave in a manner that erodes trust among the team of 10.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. So what do we think about that one? Any changes, any specificity, misunderstandings on that one?
What about trust and respect? Does that go? more
Oh, I
to
like
the
that.
Professionalism?
To add trust and respect.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed that Monica could hear that.
Yeah, and I think even like
a good
CJ,
microphone.
CJ requested like a time to be able to do a retreat, right? That I think we could take deep dives because respect in my neighborhood could look different than in another neighborhood. Respect in my home could look different than respect in another home.
All right, so how do we feel about this one? Behave in a manner, so the board members shall not behave in a manner that erodes trust and respect among the team of 10. Good, thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and then knowing when to talk and when to listen.
I like that one, but I think it's very subjective.
Is there a specific behavior that we would like to address with this one? Or would that one fall under behaving in a manner, not behaving in a manner that erodes trust and respect?
Yeah, I think it would because it's more. Yeah. I mean, it's more individual development than it is as the body. I don't really think many people are speaking out of turn in the larger body of the board or anything. And right now we have a good culture of being acknowledged and, you know, being able to ask your questions or say your comments during that time period without someone speaking over you. And, you know, so I think, so, yeah, so I think that it could just go right into the one we just did. It doesn't have to be a separate one, probably.
Okay. All right, so then are we okay with these three?
On the first one, can you add in the board meetings, so shall not spend less than 50% on student outcomes in the board meeting
During board meeting.
or during board meeting, just to be more clear? And then that really will hold us accountable because that's not subjective. You know, that's our own goal and then we can count our
Yeah.
minutes
And it's quantitative.
yeah.
All right, is there anything else that we are not capturing that should be captured?
So in this instance, is it appropriate to be able to ask superintendent and deputy superintendent their thoughts here?
Yeah, I'd love input.
Oh, that's
from all.
good.
I mean, I know it's us,
That's
but I
where it's
mean,
good.
they would be able to maybe. So we have these three and maybe you feel they're accomplishing, but I would like to hear what do y'all think as far as how we should maybe have constraints as far as a board, or if there's anything we're missing.
I think that's a great idea. Ask them to evaluate you.
So Monica, to what extent are these kind of fluid? So they exist and then we, it's kind of like relationship norms. And then we go through a few months and we go to counseling or whatever.
Yeah, so these are not like, gonna be adopted forever. This is what the team is agreeing on, working on right now. Once those constraints, board self constraints, 1 or 2 or 3, once they're no longer applicable and everybody has been able to shift that behavior to, not engaging in any of those 3, then we can go back and we can remove some of those, and maybe there's a new behavior that's coming up that needs to be included as a board self constraint. So yeah, these are not intended to be there forever. As you continue to shift and work on that behavior, then we can go back and revise them.
But since they are the values or the position of the board, it seems to me we wouldn't be changing them dramatically, simply refining them based on our interactions, or how does that work?
That is correct. So I've had, for example, boards who, it's the same board members for a very long time, right? So they chose their 3, they picked their 3 to 5 board self constraints. And that's pretty much what they're working with. I've seen though some boards where we have new trustees, and that new or 2, trustees, they change the behavior or the climate of the board. So there's been times when we've had to come back and engage in this process again based on the new members. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So there's, just so we know on our side, there's not a formal progress monitoring for the board constraints like there is for superintendent and goals.
Right.
We don't,
Yeah.
just so we know, like,
Yeah, there's no measurable
there's no
stress.
measurables.
Yeah.
There is no measurables. These board self constraints are not smart. However, you're going to be held accountable every month. Every month, we're going to be self-evaluating on each one of these. And I will be developing that process. So what's going to happen is you're going to be receiving an email, and individually, you are going to rate yourself and the board. So for example, number 1 is if we say the board shall not spend less than 50% on student outcomes during board meetings. In that last, 2-3 months, how have we been doing with that? Have we been focusing on that? If we have, then I agree, this is not taking place. This behavior is not taking place. If it is not, if it's not taking place, then what do we need to do? What's the conversation that we need to have to ensure that we are following that board self-constraint? So even though these are not smart, you will be self-evaluating individually on those. And then we will agree on, like, when are we going to talk about this during a board meeting? So for example, if we say, yeah, we're not engaging in those behaviors, we just self-evaluate and we move on. However, if we discover or we say, yep, some of us have been, giving, or it appears that we're giving operational advice to district staff, if, I don't know, 4 or 3 out of the 9 are saying, yeah, that's taking place, is that going to be, you need to decide as a board, are we going to be discussing that behavior during our board meeting? So you get to decide what's going to be the threshold when we're going to be taking that out of that consent agenda and having a discussion about that behavior. So you're going to be holding each other accountable. Even though it's not smart, you will be holding yourself and each other accountable to these board self-constraints.
What's the requirements for us for transparency to the public? Do we have to post them?
No, this is not for the public. This is for you.
Okay. I just want to make sure, like on staff's end, that if there's something we need to do.
No, and actually, all of your results will be collected anonymously. So let's say, even if we say 5 of the 9 say we have been engaging in this behavior, it is not going to be public of who said yes and who said no. It's just gonna be 5 of us said yes, let's talk about it.
Do we have an assigned timekeeper during our meeting?
Christian.
As far, so Christian,
Christian goes
are you
back
like
and checks.
documenting how much time we're spending?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, look at you.
Really good. He's-
And by the
I
way,
believe
Christian
you.
has been doing a great job.
Is it possible to, and I'm making a request. Is it possible to get that time just either at the end of the meeting or at the, like, I never know what our time is.
So we go back, he goes back and usually him and Laura, they go back and actually rewatch even to make sure the minutes, so it wouldn't be able to do it after a meeting because they take a
Okay.
couple days to
I'm good
figure
with
it
that.
out. And then they go back to, Monica's taught them how to code it
Mhm.
correctly. But then when they're done, we happy to send those out.
Or even with, when you send out the next agenda. At the last meeting, I mean, you know, you spent 45% of your time on student outcomes. Here's this, you know, just a one line, it doesn't need to be a presentation, doesn't need to be fancy, doesn't need to be a chart, doesn't need to be any, just a one
No,
sentence.
they have it, so.
So that.
That is a great request. And actually, right now, we're not engaging in this behavior yet. But as we continue to move forward, in addition to you doing the quarterly self-evaluation, you will also be keeping track of your time. So every month, you're gonna know how many board meetings you had, and out of those those board meetings, how much time was spent on student outcomes. Christian is gonna support you with capturing those minutes, but it will be a board conversation. So you will actually pretty much be self-evaluating on the first one, right? Spending 50% of the time, you will be able to know that every month. So yes, I'm so glad that you're eager to receive that information. We're not there yet, but we will get there.
Hey, if I'm gonna be held accountable for it, I gotta know what it is.
Oh yeah, I like it. I like it. All right, so let me share with you the board self-constraints again. Any questions about those 3?
Right. So yeah, so nothing that we didn't cover that y'all feel, okay. That's kind of just all we were asking.
I just want to make sure we were good, what we need to do on our end.
No. It was just really as we just making these constraints and saying what we're gonna do as a board. I didn't want y'all to be like, yeah, y'all completely missed the mark. Y'all didn't do, yeah, because y'all still gonna do this, and this, what we don't want you to do, something like that. So
But
that's what
would
we
you agree
thought.
those 3 areas are a good starting point in terms of how to monitor ourselves and keep ourselves in check?
So let's do this. What if I meet with Karen and then we talk about those 3? And then, we'll discuss if she and her staff think, if they think that there's one where we missed the mark or one that should be added, and I will bring that up to the board. Would that work for you all?
That sounds great.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Karen?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that is the end of my piece.
All right. And does everybody know their homework?
No.
I know that
Yeah, you reading
Andor's
something.
gonna ask about the homework.
And I'm like, well,
All right.
we're gonna fill out the spreadsheet that Monica's gonna send.
Yes, and I will send the spreadsheet tomorrow. So that spreadsheet and the questions will be sent to you all tomorrow. I will also develop the steps that need to be taken to go out and engage the community in two-way communication. And I will share that with you all so you all can decide who is going to, how fast we're gonna go. And thank you for volunteering. And I believe that's, and then I'll meet with Karen. So actually, I also have homework. I'll meet with Karen to talk about the board self-constraints. Yes?
Sounds good.
All right.
Ma'am.
All right, hey, Monica, thank you so much. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Ma'am, I think that's it.
All right, Q said that's it, so I guess.
Nobody said anything otherwise.
All right, I'll be sending you all your homework, so you'll know what you need to do this weekend. Okay, thank you.
All right, you guys ready to go into exec because it is sometime.
I really need to run to the restroom. real quick.
Okay, let's say, you want to take 5 minutes or 3?
I'll be fast.
Gavel out and get
Yeah.
into executive session.
We will. That's what I was gonna do.
Go ahead.
Yep. I was trying to see what time it is. Could somebody tell me?
7:47.
747.
The time is 7:47 PM. The date is Tuesday, February 2022. We're now going to recess, reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, and 076. Say bye to the live feed.
This event happened because, very simply, D. McRae did not have a partner for the holidays. And so seasons have changed, and Tavian Harris actually offered to bring 600 gifts. When they found out there was no partner, we ended up with 2,400 gifts for kids.
Come get your toys. Thank you.
I start January 1st of every year collecting toys.
Oh, they got a Barbie.
This is Christmas magic. As you can see, the kids behind me, the glowing faces, the smiles.
Open your bags when you get them. You're going to get some more goodies.
We're very, very blessed to have each and every one of our 586 students receive presents today.
Merry Christmas, you're welcome.
This is the best day ever. They're receiving presents, cupcakes, drinks, juice. They're excited.
I think it's amazing. I was nervous at first, but then I saw the presents and all that. So I got a ping pong toy, and I think this game called Clue, I don't know what it is though.
Just knowing that you have something that will cherish you on Christmas Day, make you so happy, you're gonna feel so loved when you open it.
We just transformed a bunch of kids' lives through toys.
600 children, 4 gifts apiece. I don't think we could have a better holiday at D. McRae than we're having today.
The greatest day of my life.
You're gonna see, because it's gonna go up. Yep, goes super high.
We are actually demonstrating our drone program that we have in Fort Worth ISD at our elementary schools through our STEM trailer. And we're working with NCTX, the Aerial Robotics Initiative, and that grant allows us to go to all of our campuses and promote drone usage. Go back to the launch button. When they start programming the drones and realize that they can take their ideas and put them into a program and then have a drone follow what they want it to do, they really get excited.
I'm going to tell my sister all about this.
I think this is necessary because there are tons and tons of opportunities and jobs that are coming up in the future. We're gonna let the next person see.
We do have our AV production bus that'll be manned by students from Southwest High School, and they will be facilitating the live feed from a drone as well as cameras and microphones with the teachers, going to our bus, and from there straight live to a Zoom that is going to be on the other side of town at the Region 11 conference.
Now, do you remember how to make it go up?
Flying drones is fun because you can do a lot of tricks and build your own drones. I just flew a drone and it was very exciting.
Wow, you're doing a really good job. Now, can you make it land?
What you saw today is the standard daily protocol that we have put in place since COVID-19 began March of 2020. Cleaning, disinfecting of all surfaces. We also have a spray cleaner, Virex, that's hospital grade of protection and disinfecting the air.
We have to be flexible. We continue to sanitize high traffic areas and different classrooms throughout the district. Yes, this is something that's happening today, but we're always doing this.
Fort Worth ISD's first esports teams.
Game 2 has just been won by the Blue Team. Seem to have a 1v1 here between a villager and a pit, probably in sudden death here.
Today we're having our kickoff event for our esports competitions here in Fort Worth ISD. It also serves as a test event, so we can be ready for our larger meet that we're going to host in the spring.
Esports has brought that video game culture into an environment in school where they can build teamwork, they can build that camaraderie. They have an opportunity for college scholarships and even professional opportunities, and it really builds on that, and it's an area that's about to explode both statewide and nationally.
Like right here, we're working together as a team to reach our goal. And then a company could use us all to reach our goal, like stocks or something like that.
We know students are successful in our schools in their academics, but in order for them to want to continue being in school, they need something to grab onto. Esports can serve as that.
We were playing a match of Smash Bros. 3v3. We ended up losing, but it was fun.
People think, oh, well, it's just kids playing video games, and it's really not. It's students developing life strategies and really building life skills and lifelong opportunities for these students.
Bowser going for an amazing down air. What we were doing earlier today was shoutcasting, which is basically speaking over the gameplay and giving commentary on what's going on. Kind of like you would see on top of a football game or something like that. Red team here for one with Sonic.
We hope you have a really good time. We hope you enjoy this experience and you learn something and have fun. So go ahead in.
We are very, very pleased to be here for the Creators Wanted Live Tour here in Fort Worth, Texas.
So on a big concrete job, they use those vibrating machines, right? Exactly, you've seen it before.
There's so many opportunities here in North Texas and beyond in the manufacturing industry, and for students to get exposed to these opportunities. When you get close, it's going to start welding. They really have to understand and see it before they believe it.
Now, the three components that we're going to repair. College has a number of programs that piggyback onto the CTE programs offered at the ISD to provide more advanced training and ongoing training to people in this field.
The key here is we're going to try to get to the future as fast as we can.
This is our Creators Wanted mobile experience live as part of our live tour where we're traveling the country talking to students and parents and teachers about the opportunities in manufacturing careers.
So there are riddles in the room, there are hints that are going to help us piece together how to get out of each of these rooms.
You guys get one up? Easy one. Before we get started, I'm Cassie. I'm going to be taking you through.
It was really surprising. I didn't expect any of what I just experienced. It was really fun though.
One group is through, and then you would be correct. Okay. Come on in. We're looking for 4 puzzle pieces. They all look like houses. They're in these 4 box pillars.
The one for finding out what vehicle is being manufactured, I like that one quite a bit, where you had to assemble some blueprints yourself. That was fun.
I was really interested in, computer science and computer programming, and I'm thinking that that's something that I could use in the manufacturing field.
We have almost 1 million open jobs in manufacturing all across the country, but here in the Fort Worth, Dallas area, we have 58,000 open manufacturing jobs today.
This is a great opportunity for us to connect with our students and help them connect with their future.
welcome you to the Rediscover Fort Worth ISD at Northside High School. It is fitting that today's event should highlight one of the many success stories of our 2017 Capital Improvement Program.
The construction projects here not only will help our current students, but also students yet to come.
Thank you all for coming out to Steer Country, home of Steer Pride. Wow, as you can see, we have a new facility into the new Marachi Hall.
There's dress rooms for both the boys and the girls.
And I think that with them seeing all the new renovations, you're able to really see the personality that Northside has.
What are you working on? Northside High School welcomes its students to new learning spaces while keeping its history intact.
And this clock was actually from 1936.
Students now experience enhanced learning areas, inviting collaboration spaces, in classrooms with the technology and the tools to engage students and help them plan their future and meet the expectations of tomorrow.
One thing I want you to notice is the windows. I wanted the people to be able to see our kids doing the experiments.
This is our new cosmetology space.
Oh, this is amazing. It's awesome.
Last time I was in the cosmetology room, I was at South Grand Prairie High School and they shaved off all my hair. This is a great place to be. It's wonderful.
This is the automotive shop.
Oh, it's amazing. It's great. I just love doing hands-on work every day, coming to school.
I'm excited about the future, the opportunities that are being made available to these students.
I'm loving it. It's long overdue. The best thing is that all the young people are smiling.
Great job.
Welcome to Rediscover Fort Worth ISD at Southwest High School. It is fitting that our first event is to highlight one of the many success stories of our 2017 Capital Improvement Program.
I will be leading you on the tour today.
Your tour this morning will showcase the new and the exciting areas of Southwest High School that are complete, but you will also see ongoing construction.
This renovation project has resulted in the modernization of a campus, as Trustee Dar stated, that was built in 1967.
And in this room,
both aesthetically and for 21st century learning. This project is on time and on budget, and our students are just as excited as we are about the new construction.
Hope you guys like our new robotics lab.
I think you're going to be blown away with a lot that you're going to see today, but our engineering and robotics site, it's first class. And to think, it used to be a closet.
just yesterday we started refurbishing it and we put it together and we test it, and it's here for you guys now.
We've been a part of the engineering program at Southwest for 4 years.
I was excited to see how all of the spaces are so functional, especially the collaborative working spaces.
This is a place where teachers want to teach and students want to learn.
We have this amazing new and improved TV studio.
It is just so beautiful.
Every single one of these computers is an individual job in the work industry for media tech and broadcast journalism that you can be trained on. And now I believe we'll be going to the bus so we can take y'all to the field house.
College and career readiness means getting them the skills to go be employable, and that's what we're doing in these new facilities.
Welcome to our new field house, new and improved.
We put our children's education at the forefront because, as everyone knows, every great community starts with great schools.
Welcome to Rediscover Fort Worth ISD at Western Hills High School. We are here today to highlight
Thank you very much for helping us tell the great story of Arlington Heights. This renovation project has resulted in the modernization of a campus where we make the old new again, both aesthetically and for learning.
And we're going to be showing you around our rediscovered campus.
Today, Arlington Heights High School welcomes students to new learning spaces that blend effectively with all the existing building to ensure quality education for all students.
It's great that we can still see a lot of the historicism. I mean, you've got the original
30s, 40s, 50s, 70s. It's a great space still.
For those of you who don't know, we have a rich history within our community, and our cupola has been an iconic symbol of the spirit of the hills since the 1930s.
We're here to highlight this school as just one of the many success stories of our 2017 Capital Improvement Program.
I would love to have gone to high school here.
This is going to be the more library part of the media center.
It just shows that we really care for them to have a great learning space, and all the collaborative spaces are so important for these kids because it's a better way of learning than what we were doing before.
It's really amazing too. We have a goat over there and some dogs, so that's pre-veterinary medicine. That's a really cool program. Here we go.
Well, this is the welding.
Is to how to take what they're learning here and apply it to every day.
It's a phenomenal learning space. It's inviting, it's modern, it's sleek. This is where young people want to come and learn.
I'm from Kentucky. I'm from Longview, Texas.
I didn't know what to expect, honestly, coming in, but Fort Worth ISD career fair has super exceeded my expectations.
Hello, how are you?
We've been faced with a crisis of a teacher shortage throughout the nation, and especially the DFW Metroplex. And today's event is an intentional event to really focus on engaging December graduates and anyone that might have been hesitant about returning to the workplace.
This is my first event as a prospective teacher, so I was a little nervous, but all the principals have been really friendly and welcoming, and I've enjoyed myself so far.
We're interviewing them one-on-one based on vacancy and certifications. They sit with the interview team from the school, usually composed of the principal and AP. Upon successful completion, they're offered a letter of intent. That's where the money comes in. So if we get them to start now, we'll give them an extra $1,000.
When I received the letter of intent, I was super excited because it's surreal. I'm actually going to be a Fort Worth ISD teacher. I can really make a difference within society and help my students succeed.
I signed on with Leonard Middle School.
Just in about 30 seconds, we both clicked, and we just couldn't stop talking about the possibility of her joining our team.
The people here are so nice, and they really just want every student to succeed, and that's what I look forward to as well.
We're excited to see this great turnout today. A lot of happy principals and a lot of happy future teachers for our district.
I know the district's really excited to be offering those signing bonuses for so many different things, and that's really added a lot of excitement that I think some of the applicants weren't really even expecting.
I start January 10th, 2022, and I'm super excited for my new beginnings. I feel like it's where I want to be.
The outcome is that we have a great teacher in front of students providing great first instruction. You can't beat that. You can't beat that.
Wow, these are my type of people.
This is a story of the three little pigs.
Good afternoon, Harley-Bill Eagles. How are y'all doing? Yeah. We all know how important reading is, right?
Then one day the farmer told them...
Right now, you're learning how to read, and many of you are already transitioning to reading to learn.
And he huffed and puffed.
Fort Worth ISD is proud to be part of Readers Become Leaders. This is our 4th year participating in this program.
I think it's wonderful because it helps children learn how to read.
We are having a competition, a friendly competition, in which students will log how many minutes they read over a period of 10 weeks.
We're going to read Bear's New Friend.
You're also going to hear from some TCU athletes. And they are all leaders and all great readers too. Reading helps you learn about everything from science to sports to animals like Clifford, the big red dog.
Today's a really special day for us because we get to recognize the importance of reading.
I like reading because it can encourage me and I get to read more books that I don't know.
Flash and have fun in the hot summer sun with Bear's New Friend. And that's the end.
This is a story of the three little pigs.
Thank you all for being here today. I am Toby Jackson. I am blessed to serve children every day as the president of the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education. Let's give a hand to the students. Believe it, they are the students of Trimble Tech High School Orchestra. And their director is Tony Regalado. Let's give him a round of applause. It's a privilege today to welcome our Teaching Chairs program today, to welcome each of you, our sponsors, our 16 exceptional teachers, our committee members, and Fort Worth ISD board, principals, administrators, and staff to this celebratory event, the 2021-2022 Chairs for Teaching Excellence Awards Luncheon. It's also my pleasure to work with and to introduce my colleagues on the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education who are here with me today. They are Trustee Karen C.J. Evans. You stand up, Trustee Evans. Trustee Ann Darr. Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan. And Trustee Roxanne Martinez. Today, distinguished businesses and organizations show that they have once again supported our teachers by sponsoring the Academic Chairs for Teaching Excellence program since the inception in 1994. Over the course of this program's 27-year history, our sponsors have invested more than $1 million to reward and recognize our district's top teaching talent. What you might ask is, what makes this program special? Well, because you're here, for one. But another reason is its role in a public school setting, its rigorous selection process, and the strong support from this business community in Fort Worth, Texas, and in Tarrant County. Thanks to each of you. Since 1994, this one-of-a-kind program has grown to its current 16 subject area categories and 13 sponsors. Our sponsors provide not only financial support, but they work with veteran educators and industry experts to systematically and as a team select our winners. Please join me again in thanking all of our generous sponsors. Thank you. And if you're interested in who the sponsors are and would like to speak to them because you would like to become a sponsor, their names are listed in the program. Now, our retired educators, higher education representatives, along with business and community professionals, sat on the sponsor committees and invested many hours in reviewing applications, evaluating videos, and interviewing each of the candidates. We want to thank each of you for donating your time in support of our teachers. And in the interest of time, today's presentations will follow the precise order of the program without interruption or introduction. Dr. Kent Scribner, our superintendent, will make the closing remarks and adjourn the luncheon and celebration. I know many of you will want to post on social media about this wonderful event, honoring some of our best teachers. And let me just say, these are our best teachers, but we're very proud of each of our teachers. And I would ask if you know any of our teachers, a pat on the back and a thank you to each of them would be most appreciated during this tough time. Please use the hashtag Teaching Chairs and hashtag Fort Worth ISD to share what is happening today. And now I'll ask Ms. April Martin with Kroger and Ms. Christy Miller, the teacher who earned the Chair for Teaching Excellence in Special Education, to come to this podium. Others will follow in order as indicated in your program. Thanks again to each of you for being here, and thank you for supporting Fort Worth ISD children.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is April Martin. I'm the head of corporate affairs for Kroger, and I'm honored to be here today to honor this special lady, Miss Christy Miller, who is our honoree for this year's Kroger Chair for Teaching Excellence in Special Education. So a little story, Christy had this amazing video with these boisterous kids, and she just exuded such patience, such passion, such compassion for these children. And all kids, whether in special education or not, deserve a teacher like Christy. At Kroger, we have a purpose and a promise called Feeding the Human Spirit. And what she exuded, not only on the video that we witnessed, but also in her written submission, was pure compassion and passion for each and every one of her students. I remember she was saying that they all have different needs, and therefore you meet each one of them where they are. And that's what she has been doing for so many years. And I just want to say on behalf of Kroger, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude for being selected as the Kroger Chair for Teaching Excellence in Special Education. I would first like to thank the selection committee, especially Ms. April Martin from Kroger, for honoring me with this title. I would also like to thank my husband and family for understanding when I come home exhausted and still have more work to do. I want to thank Dr. Hetty and Wendy Denning for their continued support over the years. I would also like to thank my administrators, Ms. Nandiapa and Mr. Halliburton, for trusting me to do what I do with my students. I'm honored for the recognition of doing something I genuinely love. I was introduced to special education long before I was an educator, by learning and advocating for my daughter Delaney, who has autism. She ignited a spark in me. I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for her. I often joke that it's surprising that I was ever hired at Fort Worth ISD because I was one of those parents. I know everyone here knows exactly what I'm talking about, but I went from one of those parents to where I am today, and for her, I'm grateful. So honestly, being a special education teacher is difficult. It's stressful, emotional, and mentally draining, but it's also so gratifying and joyful. I learn something new every day with my students. Most importantly, they have taught me to laugh. My students come to me from different places cognitively and logistically, but they all have one thing in common. They all like to laugh. A hearty chuckle or a shared case of the giggles helps us all step back and start again. There are some days when laughter might not be the first thing I want to do, but is always the thing that I need to do. There's nothing more rewarding than seeing my students' faces when they get it. It may be as simple as writing their first name on their paper, but to them, it's like they climbed Mount Everest. We celebrate the smallest achievements because progress is progress. I'm blessed to watch my students as they grow and mature. Every student, regardless of their ability, deserves a free and appropriate education. I'm honored that I have been selected to teach these exceptional students. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Dufresne, and I'm Vice President with Texas Health Resources, and I oversee the Blue Zones Project in North Texas Healthy Communities. I love this event, and I love this time of year, as celebrating a Fort Worth hero for promoting holistic health and well-being aligns so perfectly with the work and mission of Blue Zones Project and Texas Health. So it's my honor to introduce an amazing teacher today, dare I say a Fort Worth hero. Teaching health and PE is a calling for Joe Gonzalez, but he is also called to be an active leader and role model in the lives and students at Sam Rosen Elementary School. One of the selection committee members asked this: when does Coach Joe sleep? And I'm sure that many of you can relate to that, right? So you'll see why. Coach Joe has established the Garden Club, Morning Mile with teachers, students, and parents. He leads the running and bike clubs, the walking school bus program, and this is the abbreviated list, I think, and many activities before and after school and on the weekends. See, when does Coach Joe get a bit of shut-eye? At Texas Health and Blue Zones Project, we advocate for student and family health and wellness, and Coach Joe models and truly engages with each and every one of his students, and he helps them to gain the skills and tools to be an advocate for their own health and well-being. So I am honored to introduce this year's recipient for the Chair for Teaching Excellence in Health and PE. Help me welcome Joe Gonzalez, AKA Coach Joe.
Thank you for the nice introduction, Mr. Dufresne. First off, I'd like to say that it's an honor to be here with all of you today. Mr. Dufresne, I'd like to thank Mr. Dufresne, Ms. Stephanie Jackson, Ms. Brenda Patton, and a special thanks to Ms. Adjoa Brown, and everyone at the Blue Zones Project and Texas Health Resources for everything they do for our Fort Worth ISD students and their families. I would also like to thank the district's Community and Strategic Partnership or Department for making all this possible, especially Ms. Peg Murphy and Ms. Judy Ramos. Last but not least, I'd like to thank my lovely wife for her selfless and continued support in everything that I do. And I'd like to thank my son for being my inspiration, and who is in turn following his father's footsteps with plans on teaching PE next year. I am very honored, yet very humbled, to be awarded the Blue Zones Project Chair for Teaching Excellence. Being named the teaching chair is a great personal accomplishment, as I see it as a reflection of all the work that I've put in over the past 19 years. But in all reality, it's not work if it's something that you love doing. This is also for the kids that I've taught throughout the years, for without them, I wouldn't be standing here with you today. Now, I know this sounds cliche, but I have the best job in the world. Not only do I have the best job in the world, but I've got the best job in the world, and I get to do it wearing shorts, t-shirt, and running shoes. But seriously, I'm very humbled because, as any teacher can tell you, these past 18 months have been pretty rough on us all. The pandemic, social distancing, teaching synchronous and asynchronous at the same time are just a few things that made most of us feel like first-year teachers. But that's okay, because as teachers always do, we adapt. Just as our pre-K through 12th grade Fort Worth ISD students did, and with such resilience. So in closing, I'd like to say that I teach because I truly care for my students. I care for their health, I care for their well-being, and I care for their community. I teach because I want my students to know and feel that they are special. But most importantly, I teach because when my students walk through the halls of Sam Rosen Elementary, I want each of them to know that they are loved. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Hay, and I am pleased to be representing the Goff Family Foundation and Cammie and John Goff to honor Kristen Reyes as the Broadway at the Bass Chair for Teaching Excellence in Dance and Theater. Kristen is a product of Fort Worth ISD, graduating from Arlington Heights High School. She is a BFA in Dance Arts from Howard University and has had an extensive performance career as a dancer. Kristen currently serves as the Director of Dance at I.M. Terrell Academy for STEM and VPA. Kristen believes dance teaches the children the valuable skills of self-discipline, advocacy, commitment, responsibility, and lifelong ethics. Kristen provides a safe and positive environment for her students to learn, grow, create, experiment, and take risks. According to Kristen, dance allows us the freedom to make a mistake, to learn from it, and to continue going on. Dance makes us resilient, and it is my job to remind my students of their individual beauty and strength every day. Please help me congratulate the Broadway at the Bass Chair for Teaching Excellence in Dance and Theater, Kristen Reyes.
It's the circle of life, and it moves us all, through despair and hope, through faith and love, till we find our place on this path unwinding in the circle of life. I've always been a Disney fan, like our theater chair. And as I accept this award, this movie and this song was the first to come to mind. As stated, I am a Fort Worthian and a Fort Worth ISD graduate, and I credit who I am and the choices I have made based on the foundational experiences I had at William James Middle School and Arlington Heights High School. It was at Heights that I was introduced to concert dance and immediately fell in love thanks to the leadership and teaching of Joy Bollinger. Venturing to Howard University, studying dance, and dancing professionally with Dallas Black Dance Theater, I never knew that the great circle of life would be my inspiration in becoming a teacher, and a teacher specifically at I Am Terrell Academy. Not only has my mother been a teacher in Fort Worth ISD at Sunrise McMillan Elementary for 30 years and was a teaching chair of excellence recipient herself, but also having my grandmother and all of my aunts and uncles attend the historic I Am Terrell makes my job all the more special. Because we all, and I specifically, stand on the shoulders of so many people, I feel the need to be an impact on the students at Terrell the same way my family and my teachers have inspired me. Dance is an international language that connects us all. It's the hidden language of the soul, says Martha Graham. As we are only in our 4th year of existence at I Am Terrell, I'm so proud of the college acceptances in over 25 colleges of my 13 seniors and over $400,000 scholarship offerings, numerous collaborations in professional art spaces across the Metroplex, and performing and mentoring on the national level. It is my hope to continue to create a safe space as we train and learn the many languages dance offers us on this path unwinding. I find myself indebted to the excellence in the art of dance for the students and the people in our community and those who came before me in this great circle of life. Thank you, Jennifer Hay and Sue Barato of Bass Hall, the Performing Arts Fort Worth organization, Principal Brown and the I Am Terrell administrative staff, Chris Walk and Glenn Bennett, and my husband and my 2-week-old daughter, Presley, for their unwavering support. Thank you all so much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roxanne Morrison. I'm the general manager at Sewell Infinity in Fort Worth, and today I'm representing Sewell Infinity and Sewell Lexus of Fort Worth. Sewell's been involved in the chair for teaching excellence for over a decade now, and it starts with our owner, Carl Sewell. It's critically important in our organization to continue to educate ourselves every single year. We have a deep appreciation for education, but more importantly, educators. And we realize it's not an easy job. Y'all don't work 7:30 to 3:30 and then get out of there. We understand that there's so much more, and the preparation that each and every one of you put into every single day in the classroom is just unbelievable. We can't say thank you enough. Today, I'd like to introduce a wonderful human being, the gentleman standing here to my right, and the winner of the Chair for Teaching Excellence in the category of Humanities. Philip stood out to us through the entire process, from the application to the in-classroom interaction that we got to watch, and then, of course, to the interviews. His military background translates into the classroom. He helps teach his students not only about social studies and history, but also about life. And his students will often say that he is the most consistent teacher they've ever had, which I think is incredible. He's interactive and he's involved, and it's my pleasure to introduce the winner of the Chair for Teaching Excellence in the category of Humanities from Polytech, Philip Collier.
All right. So I want to thank you for the incredible honor of being chosen as the 2021-2022 Chair for Teaching and Excellence in the Humanities. First, I would like to thank Mr. Dennis Dissett and Ms. Roxanne Morrison at Sewell Lexus Infinity of Fort Worth for sponsoring this award and selecting me over many other extremely qualified candidates. I would also like to thank my beautiful wife, Laura, who was the first to notice the gift I had for teaching and encouraged me to leave the restaurant management industry to pursue my dream. And I can say it was the best decision I've ever made in my life besides marrying her. Teaching is the most emotionally rewarding and spiritually satisfying career I've ever had. I'm always blown away by comments that students give me at the end of the year, like, I want to become a teacher because of you. I've never liked history until I took your class, or I've decided to go to college because of you. It's comments like these that I get that motivate me to continue to improve and become the best educator I can be. I would also like to take this time to thank the various leaders who have guided me throughout my career. Carrie English, who's actually here being awarded today as well, was my first department chair in social studies at Forest Oak Middle School, who encouraged and challenged me to connect with students and to push myself and go further in my career. So thank you, Miss English. I'd also like to thank Principal Nick Torres and my assistant principal, James Sparrow, at Polytechnic High School, as perhaps the best bosses I've ever had in my entire life, who have seen my potential for leadership and who have developed me into a successful department chair. I'd also like to thank Ms. Felicia Alba, my instructional coach at Poly, who has encouraged me to think outside the box and to excel at standards alignment and database teaching practices, which have revolutionized my teaching. And last and most importantly, I would like to praise my Savior and Lord Jesus, who has led me to become the person I am today and who's made all this possible. This is something I will carry with me as a badge of pride for the rest of my life, and I thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Lowe, and I'm a private banker here at JP Morgan in Fort Worth. I lead a team of professionals that serve a handful of private executives, corporate executives, and private business owners, and I'm proud today to represent JP Morgan Chase. We have deep roots in our community here. We've been a part of Fort Worth for almost 150 years, and we're the 8th largest employer in Fort Worth with almost 4,000 employees. But we're here today to talk about something that our company feels very strongly about. We have supported education. We feel very strongly that education is linked to the future of our community and educating our youth. We have been a sponsor of the Fort Worth ISD Secondary English Teaching Chair position since its inception 27 years ago. So very proud to sponsor this role. I've been on the selection committee for a number of years, and this year was particularly difficult, and that was primarily related to the amazing caliber of teachers that we had to select from. But one teacher stood out, and that was our winner today. We'll announce her in a second, but she was amazing. In the video that we watched of her teaching her students, the love she has for her students, the desire to see them excel really stood out in her video. And so proud to announce the 2021-2022 Fort Worth ISD Secondary English Teaching Chair Award winner, Mrs. Janet Allen from the Young Men's Leadership Academy.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe, for that warm introduction. Audience, imagine with me for a moment as I reminisce. It's a new school year, 2015-2016. I stand at my duty station in the front foyer of YMLA, greeting my scholars as they enter the front door. Up rushes a dapperly dressed, 5'3", 6th grade student, inquiring if I'm Miss Allen. Bemused because I wasn't a 6th grade teacher at the time, I hesitantly stated that yes, indeed, I am Miss Allen. He enthusiastically tells me his name, his relation to a former colleague, and that he cannot wait to be in my 7th grade pre-AP English Language Arts class next year. Now, fast forward to today. This 5'8", dapperly dressed senior, same boundless energy, rushes to inquire if I wouldn't mind writing letters of recommendation to the several colleges I'm sure he'll be accepted to. It's a task that I gladly welcome. I tell this story because at YMLA, I am blessed to be a part of a school culture that welcomes boys into the front door, yet we send young men out into society through that same door. I couldn't ask for a better opportunity to help mold America's future generations and to remind them daily that they are expected to learn, entitled to achieve. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kaylee Bowers. I'm here to represent Lockheed Martin Corporation today. I'm very honored to be here. I really look forward to celebrating and recognizing 3 Teaching Chair Award winners that we're sponsoring today. I'm very grateful to be here because I've been doing this for about 4 years, and it's just such an incredible experience that's different from anything I get to see in my daily work. It's just amazing to see the impact that this program has on students and to see how it affects the teachers, and especially this event today and the previous events that I've been to hear all of your stories is so incredible. And I know my leadership joked that I should always bring a tissue to this. And it's just incredibly inspiring and very different from what I see on a daily basis. So thank you for having us here with you today. Lockheed Martin's approach to investing in STEM is multifaceted. We partner with local school districts like Fort Worth ISD to create unique opportunities for our STEM professionals to create one-on-one relationships with students. And we also provide the resources for teachers to enable each other to succeed. Beyond Lockheed Martin's business need for STEM talent, we realize that in order to get brilliant, highly capable, diverse STEM professionals, we know that our nation's technical advantage and security depend on providing the ability for them to be successful from an early age. We recognize the reality that if we want that great talent, we must take a leadership role in providing exceptional awareness, inspiration, and motivation so that today's students can become tomorrow's innovation leaders. We're committed to investing in the needs of students and teachers, and we're proud to recognize our recipients' ability and passion to inspire students and colleagues alike. For example, so we've got 3 winners today. We've got an elementary, a middle school, and a high school teacher to award today. I was on the committee for the high school STEM award, and one thing I will say, the one very specific answer that our award winner provided was the key. It was kind of the thing that made him stand out. And it was because when we asked what he perceived his responsibility to be if he were named for this award, he didn't miss a beat. It was with complete passion, and it was a completely natural response that you could tell this is not something that he's just thinking about just for this award. His response was all about helping and supporting other teachers to be successful and how that inherently supports the students to be successful. And to me, that was just incredible that that's already on his mind. It's something that came natural to him. So without further delay, I'd like to introduce our 3 winners. So starting off, we've got, for the Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in Elementary Math and Science, we have Angela Ferguson. And I'll say a few words. I've got my colleague Sarah here, who was on the committee for this award, and some words that Sarah wanted us to share for Angela. Angela's engagement with her students shined during this process, making sure to give a little more of her time to work with those students who are struggling in a subject to later be able to tell them they passed their STAR testing. This shows her students she is dedicated to their learning, she's going to give them the skills and tools they need, and that she truly cares about their success. Congratulations, Angela.
Thank you. I am so incredibly honored and humbled to be here today. I want to thank Lockheed Martin for naming me the Chair for Teaching Excellence in Elementary Math and Science. I became a teacher because I knew I wanted to be an inspiration for children. I wanted to make an impact in their lives like my 4th grade teacher, Ms. Deaver, made in mine. Ms. Deaver's class was so fun. She taught us writing by creating a class newspaper. We all had a job in the newspaper office and wrote articles and went through the editing process for each article. I loved that class so much that I decided I wanted to be like her when I grew up. I wanted to touch lives just like she had touched my life. I feel it is important to let every child know that they are valuable and that they are loved. I strive to make a connection with each student. The connections of what we are learning in class to real-world experiences, like a class newspaper or a food truck financial literacy project, shows our students the importance of what they are learning in class and how they can use it in life later on. It is exciting to see a child start thinking about their future and what they want to do with their lives at an early age. A student who I taught in kindergarten messaged me her senior year of high school. She said, "I just want to thank you for being such an amazing teacher, not only back then, but I am certain up to this day as well. You were my first teacher and are one of my all-time favorite teachers. I hope you keep up the good work and continue to help young students reach their full learning potential." That message brought tears to my eyes and filled my heart with joy, knowing that I was able to make an impact on her and still did all these years later. I truly believe all my students can and will reach their full potential, and I remind them of this often as they discover their abilities. Those are the moments that remind me why I teach. Thank you again, Lockheed Martin. I am so appreciative of this honor. Our next award winner, I'll also share some words from my colleague who was on the committee for this award. She wasn't able to be here with us today. Her name was Nika. So her words for our next winner are, this is for Dr. Sean Massey. Nika said, "Dr. Massey's dedication to her profession and students stood out in every aspect of her application.
From taking the time to greet students individually before every lesson to helping students research future careers, she shows that both the small and large actions taken by teachers every day inspire students to become more engaged in STEM subjects beyond their classroom. Congratulations, Dr. Massey.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. And thank you, Lockheed Martin, for selecting me, the Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in Middle School STEM. I am one of 16 of the most fortunate teachers in Fort Worth ISD. I, along with my fellow teaching chairs, am blessed to represent the best of what our district has to offer. As teaching chairs, we stand for the countless number of teachers who are a part of the miracle taking place throughout our district on a daily basis. We do not always get to see exactly how the miracle unfolds, and we may never exactly know what the miracle will mean in the life trajectory of the students in our care. But we are here because we believe in the miracle of a freely educated mind. I stand here as both a student and an educator who has been blessed by the power of knowledge. And I proudly stand here representing my scholars, my school, the Young Men's Leadership Academy, my department, and our district. Thank you for entrusting me with this honor. Thank you.
And for our last one, I was on the committee for the High School STEM Award. So I'd like to introduce our Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in High School STEM, Nick Clark. So some words I'd like to share about Nick. Nick's passion for teaching, learning, and innovating came through abundantly in every stage of this process, from his application to his video, and finally the interview. He's an enthusiastic person with a hunger for growth and knowledge sharing among his peers and his students. He builds meaningful relationships with all who cross his path. He listens to their experiences and strives to enable their success without question. And I will add that his relationship building is expert level. He sent us the nicest letter that I could have ever hoped to receive, thanking us for this award, and I have it hanging in my cubicle right now. Congratulations, Nick.
For almost 2 years, education has been turned on its head. We've had to rethink how we do things, and more importantly, how we take care of our students. I, like many of my colleagues, began to wonder if we were still making the difference that we set out to at the beginning of our careers, as month after month of virtual and hybrid classes came and went. Through research, introspection, experimentation, and determination, I think that we've not only been successful, but we have reimagined what a classroom can be and what it means to be a teacher. I'm humbled by your gratitude and for the support that I have received from Fort Worth ISD, Arlington Heights leadership team, Lockheed Martin, and of course all the fabulous students that came together to say, yes, you are on the right path, and yes, you are fulfilling that goal of changing the world one student at a time. I delight in showing students that they can do things that they never imagined they could, and I'm honored to be recognized for my contributions to the students' lives. I'd like to congratulate the other chairs for their remarkable servant leadership and thank Lockheed for the recognition and guidance that they have given me to help to continue to provide top-notch educational experiences for our community's young adults. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Corey Fickus. I'm an attorney with the Linebarger Law Firm. As a firm, we really value the opportunity to be a part of this. We sponsor the Elementary Reading Award, and we both hire Fort Worth ISD graduates. We have families in our firm whose kids are in Fort Worth ISD. And as a partner of the school, we understand the momentous task that our teachers are undertaking in teaching children to read. It's such a foundational issue that affects every teacher in the district if those kids are up to reading level by the time they get to third grade. Personally, I think a lot of us that have been here year after year find this to be such a moving, emotional day. I have 2 kids that are learning to read, and I know how hard it is to get them to remember to put a pair of shoes on in the day, much less learn their alphabet, sight words, reading, and all of that takes with 20 kids. So we are really honored today to recognize the teachers that are doing a great job, but specifically to recognize Miss Katie Hobbs of Llewellyn Merritt, who was our unanimous winner with our committee. She is doing amazing things in Llewellyn Merritt, and we are excited to celebrate with her today.
First, I want to say thank you to the Lineberger Law Firm. Thank you to Fort Worth ISD for doing this. Thank you to the Llewellyn Merritt Elementary School family that supports me. Thank you to my teachers who have come before me and come with me to my classroom, whether they even remember they were my teachers. Thank you to all of my students that make me a teacher. Thank you to my family, and thank you to my husband who encouraged me to go back into the classroom after having our boys. In order to have effective lessons, we're taught to plan with the end in mind. I believe that in order to be an effective teacher, we must teach with our why in mind. If you're an educator, pause for a second and ask yourself, why do you teach? Years ago, during the first weeks of in-service, a principal had us write down our why on an index card and place it in an envelope to be received later in the year. My why reads like this: I teach because I feel called to inspire and be inspired by the light, creativity, and curiosity of children. I long to instill a lifelong passion for learning, growing, serving, and loving. I continually keep this in the forefront of my mind because it is a reminder that the students are at the heart of what I do on a daily basis. But it's also where each of you come in, where each of you contributes to the success of schools and teachers. There's an African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child, and it might as well say it takes a village to teach a child. This means that our entire community of people must provide for and interact positively with children in order for them to learn and grow in a healthy and safe environment. I have the honor of being a teacher to these small humans, but I cannot do it alone. We need community partnerships to advocate for and value education the way those of us gathered here do. We need children to be respected as and taught to be contributing members of society. We need compassionate and service-oriented adults for children to aspire to be. I'm blessed to be a second grade teacher. There's no other career in the world where I also get to be a parent, PR manager, counselor, mediator, editor, HR director, organizer, artist, detective, author, singer, dancer, actor, and IT specialist on a daily basis. There is no greater honor than teaching, growing, and developing humans, but we cannot do it alone. Thank you for supporting education and teachers. Your support makes the difference.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Miller, and I am representing Flora Brewer today of the Paulos Foundation. She could not be with us, and she sends her warm congratulations to the awardee, who will be up here shortly, and to all of you. So it is a privilege for me to be here. Little history. Why did the Paulos Foundation decide to establish this chair for teaching excellence in visual arts nearly 2 decades ago? Well, they began their support because at that time, arts education in the Fort Worth ISD needed greater recognition, needed a boost in funding, and increased community awareness. The Paulos Foundation's leadership example over the years and the ancillary projects that have developed as a result of that leadership tell the story of positive change. And we all know this. Countless research studies over the years show the vital role of arts education for increasing academic achievement and success in math, science, other disciplines, opening pathways to jobs and careers. So now, here it is my great pleasure to introduce a very wonderful teacher and our recipient of the award, Andrea Cantrell.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Miller, for the kind introduction. I am overwhelmed with gratitude to have been selected to receive the Angela D. Paulos Chair for Teaching Excellence in Visual Arts Award. Thank you all so much for being here on this occasion. I'm honored to have my career in art education recognized in this way by the Paulos Foundation. I am thankful for foundations like yours that continue to support the importance of visual arts within our schools. Contrary to what some people may believe, elementary art is not just coloring and finger painting. Salvador Dali said, "A true artist is not one who is inspired, but one who inspires others." Discovering and inspiring a child's creativity is one of the most rewarding and fulfilling aspects of my teaching career. In the elementary setting, art engages children's senses in open-ended play and supports the development of cognitive, social-emotional, and multisensory skills. The ability for students to develop problem-solving, critical thinking, and decision-making skills at the elementary level can have vast benefits for their future. I teach this through art. Teaching the importance of art and the process of creativity to the young minds of our future is my top priority. This accomplishment is not something that I did alone, and there are many others who deserve a share in this award. I would like to thank all of my students, both past and present, along with my director, Tiffany Frum, my wonderful administration, especially my principal, T.M. Bigley, Dr. T.M. Bigley, and my specials team for putting up with me. It was also such a nice surprise to have a few of my panel from the interview. I would also like to thank my family and my friends for their love and support, even on the toughest days. I hope this recognition of my work can serve as an inspiration to others in the field. And always remember, a true artist is not one who is inspired, but one who inspires others. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Noah Drew, and I'm pleased to introduce Jamie Avalos as the University of North Texas at Health Science Center at Fort Worth, Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary Science. Jamie has a master's degree with an emphasis in education from Texas A&M Commerce and did her undergraduate work in microbiology at Texas A&M University. One of the things that we were really impressed with as a committee while we were evaluating the applicants this year was the commitment to continuing education. I'm sure many of you have a passion for lifelong learning in the room, but when Jamie was talking to us, both in her interview and through her video application, she had a passion for becoming the best teacher she could be so that she could reach her particular children that she was working with. She saw the challenges that she was having from one year to the next and actually invested in going to pursue her master's degree so she could be better at her craft. And we thought that was amazing. One of the things that she told us through the process was that by uplifting the quality of education we offer to our students, that she hopes to improve the community as well. At the Health Science Center, we feel the exact same way. We see how a quality education supports both economic development and a healthier community as a whole. As a committee, we all felt that Jamie represented the best that there is in education and represented what we would want for all of our children. So, Jamie, congratulations.
I'd like to first thank you. I can't believe I got this. I thank you very much to everyone at the UNT Health Science Center and all the support from Fort Worth ISD. My journey into education began, as many journeys do, on a plane ride. I left A&M with a microbiology degree and embarked on the next chapter of my life, teaching conversational English to high school students in Japan. For the 2 years I taught there, I assumed I'd comfortably pivot back to science upon my return to the US, but I was 21 and free to explore for a while. When I came back to Texas, I found myself job hunting in the middle of the recession. It took months, but I eventually worked my way to a large company here in Fort Worth. Things were looking up, but I missed the classroom and working with teens. The pivotal moment came in December of 2010. I had an offer on the table for a permanent position in pharmaceuticals the same week I was to interview for a science teaching job. My memories of that day are still vivid. The red and green holiday decorations, the pet scorpion in the front office of the school, and the sound of the assistant principal's heels on the tile as she chased me down the hall to offer me the job before I left the building. I did not sleep on it. The choice was mine, and I never looked back. Since then, I've taught at 5 different schools across Texas, returning to Fort Worth again in the end. In that time, I found there's no single way to be a good teacher. A good teacher challenges themselves as much as they challenge their students. They're genuine, they're curious, and most importantly, a supporter to those in need. For everyone who has, in turn, supported me over the years, I thank you very much. While I do not have time to name every person who's supported me and made this possible, I hope you know how truly grateful I am. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to see you. I'm Kathy Walensky, Corporate Communications Manager with TTI, and I'm pleased to be here today as we recognize and congratulate all of these superstars in education. It's my privilege to present this year's recipient of the Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary Math. I'd like to give you just a little background of our involvement. TTI's history in helping students achieve their potential was set in motion 50 years ago by our late founder, Mr. Paul Andrews. Paul not only built a world-class distribution company that is now home to more than 7,000 team members around the globe, but he built a culture of giving and imparted this philosophy throughout the organization. Mr. Paul, as he is affectionately known, was a true visionary and selfless donor to many educational institutions in his beloved hometown. Today, we continue his legacy of providing support to causes in our community, but always at the forefront is the advancement of education and attention given to the women and men who are focused on becoming tomorrow's scientists, engineers, and mathematicians. Another visionary helping to guide the next generation is our own secondary math honoree, Mrs. Lisa McLaughlin. Lisa is a 19-year veteran educator and currently teaches 6th grade math, honors, and accelerated math classes at Rosemont Middle School, and also is the cheerleading sponsor, I might add. So she has a lot on her plate. Experience has taught her to connect with her students and parents by building a culture of sharing through conversations, creating a safe classroom environment, and developing a strong student-teacher bond. By establishing these guidelines, Lisa further cements student learning and achievement in her classroom. Lisa found her secret sauce to surviving the struggles of the pandemic by accepting the mantra, teach the way they learn. No matter what the circumstance or what life throws her way, Lisa has shown she will continue to courageously and lovingly guide her students every step of the way. Please help me give a warm welcome to Mrs. Lisa McLaughlin.
First, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to the Fort Worth ISD and the selection committee for this honor, to Kathy Walensky and TTI Incorporated for their sponsorship, Dr. Jose Mendez for encouraging me to apply, my principal, Javier Sanchez, and the entire faculty and staff at Rosemont Middle School, my husband, John, and my family for supporting me, and to each of you who are here representing the best of what we do for our students and for each other. Now I would like to bring you some voices from the classroom. At the beginning of each year, I gather information with a Getting to Know You survey. My last question is a free response for students to tell me what they think is important for me to know. Here are some of their words. My favorite sport is soccer, and my idol is Cristiano Ronaldo. I like apples. I like to listen to sad songs when I am bored. I love math, but I get super sleepy before lunch, so my attention span is shortened. I was born in Mexico, and sometimes my English is not that good. I'm autistic. I'm dumb. Whenever I hear my name being called, I get really scared to get the answer wrong and just stay quiet. I am stubborn and like the easy ways out. I learn best when more people are involved. It's best for students to have fun while learning. My job is about creating a safe and fun space for the soccer fans, the English learners, the fearful, the social, the hungry, and sleepy, and to help them see themselves as thinkers and doers of mathematics. In truth, there are times when this feels impossible. But then I hear students say, I get this. I hear them ask, how is it already time for the bell? And I agree with them. I get to listen in on the wonderful, creative, mathematical discourse between classmates. It is in these day-to-day moments when I understand the importance of my calling, because learning is life. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Davies with the Facebook Fort Worth Data Center. I'm the Community Development Regional Manager and have the privilege of being here to present this award today. One of Facebook, or Meta's top priorities in our communities is advancing STEM education and inspiring young minds to pursue career pathways in STEM, which is why we are thrilled to be the 2021-22 Chair for Teaching Excellence in Career and Technical Education. I'm joined today by colleagues, you guys wave. A couple of them participated on the selection committee this year. The common feedback when we were talking about this year's recipient on why Mr. Ronnie Cope was selected was that he showed an incredible passion to impact students through technical knowledge while providing the space and patience for them to learn and achieve their goals. Ronnie is the Facebook Chair for Teaching Excellence in Career and Technical Education. A private business owner, Ronnie came to Fort Worth ISD from the electrical industry. He is a fully certified electrician and has additional certifications in robotics and operating systems. He has taught in Fort Worth ISD for 11 years. Ronnie teaches so his students can pass their learning on to others. We want students to teach others as they pursue their careers and earn a living for themselves and their families, and we want them to do this with passion. And that is exactly why we selected Mr. Ronnie Cope this year to be the recipient. So without further ado, I will introduce him and say a huge thank you from the Facebook team.
It's an honor for me to be here today with so many others who see education as the highest calling that we can answer in life. I'm reminded that the scriptures encourage us to respect wisdom and respect intelligence, and even have a great respect for the degrees and the achievements that we've made as educators, but that no gift can be more valuable than love, and that is a God-given gift that we share with our students. My principal, Mr. Ramos, sets the example for that in our campus with his love for students and love for teachers. Teaching was something that I felt drawn to long before I was given the opportunity to start my teaching career here in Fort Worth. However, it is important to remember that we are all teachers, as parents, as siblings, as friends, as members of communities. We need to be mindful that we are influencing others regardless of our roles or our career choices. I'm grateful to the selection committee and especially the Facebook Corporation that sponsored this award for the first time this year. And I appreciate the Facebook representatives, their time and efforts as they provided thoughtful and challenging questions during the interview process. We are also very fortunate in this district to have such a dedicated selection committee. They made the process for me one that was challenging, and it should be, but not intimidating. They were there for constant support throughout the process. But what made this the most joyful event for me was that when I heard of my selection, I was able to share that with my wife, Mary, who teaches at Trimble Tech with me, and my son, John, who also works for the district. I have both of my children who graduated from Fort Worth ISD schools, and now, yes, a grandchild that's in Fort Worth ISD school. The greatest joy came, though, from seeing the excitement in the faces of my students. They were just as excited as I was because they understood that they share in the joy of the moment with me. They know and they knew on that day that they were a part of the reason I was there. My students understand and believe that we're in this together. They teach me more than I could ever teach them on a daily basis, and so I share this with them. I want to thank the Fort Worth ISD for giving me the opportunity 11 years ago to become a teacher. At the time, I knew of no opening at Trimble Tech High School, and there was no electrical program there at that time. I simply knew that I had a passion that I wanted to be in high school teaching, and I was at a tech school teaching at the time. But what led me to that place was when I made the decision at 18 years of age to enter the electrical trade apprenticeship program. At that time, I thought I was settling. Yes, I had good grades, but my family situation, the finances, there was not a lot of encouragement for me to go to college. And so going into the electrical trade, I felt like was a second or third choice. But today I realized that it was not, and that I was not settling. That path led me all the way to this place today because education comes in many forms, and it is indeed a lifelong experience. I am determined that my students will never feel as though they are settling in their choice of career. As teachers, we are the ones who are blessed. We are the ones who give the most, are given the most, and that is our students. And we are a part of something very special. At the end of the day, our job is the most rewarding of all jobs. My ultimate goal is met when my students see themselves as having opportunities to shine, to find purpose, and a career that they will be passionate about, one that makes a difference. Perhaps it's because I've worked in construction most of my life that I believe in doors. And when I see a door that is open, it makes me very happy. When that door is opening for a student, it makes me more happy. When the door is being closed, it frustrates me. And so I get frustrated if my students fail to see those doors that are open for them. And so my job as a teacher is to show as many open doors to my students as I can, and to encourage them to walk through those doors. And today we're living in a day when there's more career choices and more opportunities than ever in my lifetime. And I've been around a while. And so today I pray that I have done my part to make those paths more reachable for my students. And again, I want to thank you on behalf of my students, the district, and the industry sponsors who are here today for being committed to opening those doors for all of our students. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kristen Bymaster. I'm here on behalf of XTO Energy. XTO Energy supports the Early Childhood Development Program, as this is where lifelong habits begin to be developed. Positive influence and discipline and character building are some of the keys to developing the next generation to be our leaders, our teachers, and our workforce. The positive reinforcement, the energy, and the we are all champions attitude that Ms. Martin exhibits with her students is essential for this development. It's for these reasons that XTO has selected Ms. Martin for the 2021 recipient for the Chair of Teaching Excellence in Early Childhood Education. Congratulations.
It is with great honor to be the XTO Energy Teaching Chair of Excellence for Early Childhood Education. Growing up, I never knew I wanted to be a teacher, but God had different plans for me. When asked the question, why do you teach? I have to stop and really think about it. I teach because I teach because there are students who not only need to be taught their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, they need someone to talk to. They need someone to smile when they come through the doors, and they need someone to let them know that they can change the world and become wave makers. If I need to believe in them more than they believe in themselves, then that is why I teach. At the beginning of every school year, the first week of school, I teach my students about what it means to be a champion. These are the core values of our classroom. C is for courage. We stand up and speak out for the things that we believe in. H is for honor. We are proud of the work that we do. A is for the good attitude we have. M is knowing our motivation. P is the perseverance we need to keep moving forward. I is for being innovative and thinking outside the box. And N means we never give up. I will be honest, I did not come up with this on my own. It is a song. But this champion mentality is what we strive to think, be, and act upon in our daily lives, most especially in our education. My students learn to encourage kindness, uplift each other, get excited, and be purposeful in their own learning. At the end of the school year, I tell them that being a champion does not stop here. They have to carry it with them and create other champions, just as I have taught them. Igniting in every child a passion for learning really aligns with my vision with educating all students. As a Fort Worth ISD early childhood bilingual educator, I have met students from many different cultural backgrounds and social economic statuses. I believe that all students have the desire and capability to set goals and accomplish them. It is my mission to grow their love for learning and create a space where my students feel safe and comfortable to be and express who they are. They say a child's home is their first classroom, and I believe that their classroom should feel like a second home. Thank you for believing in me as your 2021 XTO Energy Chair of Teaching Excellence in Early Childhood Education, and thank you for believing in our students.
Good afternoon. I'm Austin Jurdy, General Manager of favorite food store in town, Central Market. Today I have the privilege to honor and recognize Carrie English as the Acquisition of Language Chair winner for 2021. At HEB, our parent company in Central Market, our special people-focused culture differentiates us from our competitors and has been our key success since 1905. A couple of our core values: heart, people matter. Here, people are the heart of every decision made and everything we do. Community. We make it a priority to get involved and make a difference in the lives of our friends and neighbors because we believe the community should be better off by us having been there. HEB and Central Market also works on several very important fronts each year, the two most important being hunger relief and the education of children in Texas. We support Texas education. It is said teaching is a calling. We couldn't agree more. That's why we proudly support outstanding educators who have dedicated themselves to making a difference in our children's lives. From the classroom to the community, we proudly answer the call by giving back over $10 million annually to Texas education. In Fort Worth, Central Market has proudly sponsored the Teacher of the Year Awards for both elementary and secondary levels and the Acquisition of Language Chair for many years. I personally enjoy participating in the selection process each year because it gives me great confidence that the children of Fort Worth are in great hands and learning from some outstanding, caring, passionate individuals. Carrie English is a superb example of an outstanding educator. Carrie, like most great teachers, has an inner drive to spread knowledge, but Carrie is also humble and grateful. I can only do this through her own words. Thank you so much for choosing me for this incredible honor. It means so much to me to have my hard work recognized, especially during a year that has contained so many challenges. A new subject, students brand new to the country, and of course COVID and all that it brings, and by such a distinguished panel. Friday was truly one of the best days I've ever had. But for me, the most important part of the whole experience has been seeing how you and the rest of the committee responded to hearing about my students. I can tell that you value them as much as I do, and in a world where they have been faced with so much adversity, this fills my heart with joy. I will move forward from this experience re-energized, reinvigorated, and re-inspired. Please share my heartfelt thanks for everyone. With deepest gratitude, Carrie English. Carrie, congratulations again. I believe the students at Success High School are in great hands.
It is such an honor to receive this award from Central Market and Fort Worth ISD. All I can say is, asante, ashkuruk, murakoze, merci, gracias. That is, of course, thank you, in 5 of the more than a dozen languages students speak at Success High School, where I teach under the leadership of the great Ingrid Williams. And I want to thank you not just for the award, but for the privilege of working in a school district that gives immigrant students the amazing opportunity to get a first-rate education. Many of my students never attended school before they came to the US, either because they grew up in a refugee camp that had no schools, or because attending school as a girl meant risking the wrath of the Taliban. Others came to escape gang violence, drug trafficking, war, and poverty. But most of the time, when I ask them why they came to America, they don't talk about the problems at home. They talk about their dreams of a better future. My current group is full of students who aspire to be police officers, soldiers, doctors, nurses, and of course, teachers. And I'm so proud that Fort Worth ISD is committed to giving them that future. I feel the weight of the responsibility that has been conferred on me to prepare them not just academically, but to be the next great generation of Americans. Thank you again for recognizing my hard work. They make every second of it worth it.
We at Bass Hall believe in the power of the arts to change lives and to make big, big differences in students' lives. Music, theater, and dance can broaden horizons and express and give children their chance to express their innermost thoughts and feelings. You've heard all of this today, but we really believe in it. It's not fluff. It's really important. And let's be honest, they are essential in giving students an introduction to things and reinforcement of things that are not arts, but they learn them in the arts. For some students, if we're honest, high school students will turn in an English paper or do their math so that they can play in the band and sing in the choir and be a part of the theater production with other nerds. We believe in that, and that is why we pursue this so heartedly. The Friedman Award was created many years ago, and it's a chance for us to recognize some of the gifted, wonderful teachers in our district who have not just skill, but work to focus the energies of students so that they can do wonderful things. The Friedman Award was created many years ago to honor the memory of Baird Friedman and his wife Cornelia, who helped Ed Bass and our beloved Pat Schutz raise the money for Bass Performance Hall. And so the award carries much more import than just the honorarium that accompanies it. We like to recognize and honor these teachers, and today I think we have really won. She is a soprano and I am a soprano, but we're not going to do a duet for you. She is a wonderful lady who has been for 4 years at Benbrook Middle High School, and she has built a choral program that is of great merit. In fact, they were asked to perform at Texas Music Educators Association convention in the spring. That, if you don't know, is equal to being asked to play at the Rose Bowl. Pretty good, pretty good. And Emily Signs, Dr. Emily Signs, decided that she wasn't busy enough doing the choral program, so she's taken on the theater program also at Benbrook Middle. And I just have to say to her principal, Richard Penland, be careful. She might decide that tap dance is something that should be in the curriculum, and she will teach that too. Please help me to welcome Emily Signs.
Thank you so much. We're almost done, everybody. It's such a pleasure to have been selected as the Friedman Chair for Teaching Excellence in Performing Arts. I am humbled to have my work recognized and thrilled that the everyday workings and goings-on of my classroom have resonated with others. Thank you to the members of the selection committee, especially Sue Barato, for offering recognition to music teachers like me. Sue, you do so much for music making in our city, and it is a true joy to be a part of your work. Thank you also to the members of the Fort Worth ISD Visual and Performing Arts Department, led by the tireless Chris Avila. Thank you, Dawn DeVue, Chrissy Seligson, and Tuesday Smith. You never stop fighting for Fort Worth ISD students who have access to music classes, and your efforts do not go unnoticed. My principal, Richard Penland, is quite frankly the best boss I have ever had. He leads with precision and kindness, he supports the arts unapologetically, and he makes BMHS a place where teachers can look forward to coming to work. Thank you, Mr. Penland, for your generosity and your sense of humor. I could never have become the teacher I am today without the guidance of my life's mentor, Dinah Minger. Her life is lived with a fire and a tenderness I hope to emulate. Thank you, Dinah, for being my favorite teacher in 8th grade and for hiring me in Fort Worth ISD. Thank you for thoughtfully shepherding my path as a teacher, for challenging me as a musician, and for talking me off many ledges. My relationship with you is truly one of the keenest joys of my life. Finally, I would like to thank the educational team at the Metropolitan Opera for giving me the opportunity to foster a love of opera for Fort Worth ISD students. Introducing kids in Fort Worth ISD to the passion and joy and sorrow of Mozart and Verdi and Puccini gives me such a deep joy, and the kids really like it too. When I left being a classical singer to begin a career in fine arts education, I feared that I would never again find something that fulfilled me in the way that a spotlight did. I worried that the classroom would make me restless or that I would forget the shift. And also, I was terrified of teaching middle school boys to sing. I still kind of am. But to my delight, the opposite is true. The deep joy I find in connecting with students and guiding them as they explore music making far surpasses any audience's favor. And as it turns out, there is more beauty in watching students create and grow than there ever was in any aria or overture. Thank you for your recognition.
Wow, what an amazing afternoon. It's been a privilege to be here in person as we honor 16 exceptional Fort Worth ISD educators and celebrate 27 years of the chairs of teaching excellence. These educators model exemplary leadership in their classrooms and on their campuses. Teachers, you are our most highly qualified professionals, our greatest asset. You shape the lives of our students. You are mentors and models for your colleagues. The Academic Chairs for Teaching Excellence program would not be possible without the 13 dedicated community partners who generously underwrite these awards. You're among our most valued partners, and we hope you know how much we appreciate your continued support. We have 2 new sponsors this year. Facebook, Meta, now sponsors the Career and Technical Education category, and the University of North Texas Health Science Center at Fort Worth now supporting the Secondary Science category. Would both of those sponsors please again stand so we can thank you for joining our program this year. Our new sponsors are in great company. Allow me to share a little history with you, and please hold your applause until the end so we can thank all of our sponsors. Central Market began supporting the Chair for Acquisition of Language in 2018. Longtime sponsor of our Campus and District Teacher of the Year programs as well. TTI began supporting excellence in teaching secondary math in 2017, and Blue Zones Project made a commitment to sponsor the Chair of Teaching Excellence in Health and Physical Education. In 2012, Kroger signed on as a sponsor for our 12th chair of Teaching Excellence in Special Education. Linebarger Law Firm joined our program in 2010 by first sponsoring the Health and Physical Education category. Now they support early literacy by sponsoring the chair in elementary reading. Lockheed Martin sponsors 3 teaching chair categories supporting math, science, and STEM at elementary, middle, and high school levels. They began with elementary math and science in 2009, but by 2018 had added high school STEM and middle school STEM. Sewell, Lexus, and Infinity of Fort Worth joined the program in 2008 by sponsoring the humanities category. In 2004, Fort Worth Arts Education Partnership signed on to sponsor the Angela D. Paulos Chair in Visual Arts. XTO Energy has been a steadfast supporter since 2001, rewarding excellence in early childhood education. Our friends at Performing Arts Fort Worth began sponsoring the Friedman Chair in 1999. In 2016, they increased their commitment by sponsoring the Broadway at the Bass Chair for Dance and Theater. Rounding out our terrific group of sponsors is our longest serving sponsor partner, Chase. They have sponsored the secondary English category since 1995. Would all of our sponsors please again stand so we can thank you for your support. As you heard earlier, this year we had 76 panelists, many of them former Fort Worth ISD teachers, administrators, and higher education representatives who volunteered their time over several months to review 157 applications, watch videos, and interview our 50 finalists. Many are with us today. Will you please stand so we may thank you, our panelists? It has been said that teachers have 3 loves: the love of learning, the love of learners, and the love of bringing the first 2 loves together. That was evidenced today as we heard from our dedicated teachers. Not everyone could be here to hear your words, your stories, so we're going to be featuring each of you, each of our teaching chairs, and your remarks here in 16 individual videos that we will share online through social media, on our websites, and on our Fort Worth ISD Ed TV over the next 4 weeks. Before we leave, I have the privilege of making a special announcement. The Capitol Grill and Sewell, Lexus, and Infinity of Fort Worth will honor the teaching chair recipients at a dinner at Capitol Grill in early 2022. We truly appreciate Capitol Grill, Sewell, Lexus, and Infinity for their continued support. I also invite our winners and sponsors to take the floral centerpieces with you if you wish. And again, thank you all for coming. Have a great afternoon.
part to play. I used to let things bring me down. I would walk with my eyes to the ground, but I knew I could find a way to push through. Every word they'd say, I grew strong. I knew right from wrong, and now I feel it too. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. Now I wake up to a brand new day. I never wanna wish the time away. I don't wanna waste a second, it's true. I've got that rhythm, don't you feel it too? I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. 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 I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive.
The time is 9:59 p.m. and we are reconvening in open session. Do I have a motion concerning the complaint hearing of Aisha Humbles?
President Jackson, I move we remand this issue back to administration.
Do we have a second? Second, Trustee Evans. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Time is 10 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.